Segundo dia começa logo mais o primeiro jogo. A seleção das Ilhas Fiji. 11h22 contra a Nova Zelândia.
Hello e bem-vindo. Welcome, as the locals say, to Sao Paolo, Brazil. We are at the Arena Barleri, where we have got ourselves through an awesome day's play yesterday. We'll get to that in just a second, how we're going about it today. But right now, there is how our women's team stand after one round of the World Series. Australia finishing top in Dubai. Look for some of those down towards the lower end of the table to jump here in Brazil. But the whole party got started before Christmas in Dubai, in the desert, where Australia was scorching in the sand. You've got to bring your game to be a champion, and that's exactly what Australia have done in the Cup final. Your women's champions in Dubai, Australia. So, one down. Obviously, we come across now to Brazil in the South Americas, and then, well, the good times just keep on rolling as we head further north to Atlanta. Kennesaw State University will play host. And then for the first time ever, we go a little further north to Langford, where the place will be absolutely packed. Can't wait to get to Canada. And then we're going to wrap it up with another venue on debut, Clermont-Ferrand. That's the fifth and final stop on the HSBC World Rugby Women's 7 Series. Now, let's get a look at what's on the menu today here in Brazil. There's your Cup quarterfinals. Australia, last year's runners-up here, taking on Fiji, New Zealand, up against the locals. Then France v Canada and USA v England. Those third and fourth quarterfinals are going to be so tight. And now we look at the bowl semi-finals with Spain and Japan going at it, and Ireland will be up against a new look Russia. So that's what's set in motion here on day 2 in South America. And our first match of the day sees Australia taking on Fijiana. I'm Sean Maloney, and joining me in commentary is ex-England international Sue Day. Sue, so great to have you on board, and what a way to get things started on day 2.
Australia, Fiji, yeah, they played each other yesterday. It was a great game of rugby. We expect the same again today.
Indeed we would. There was such quality shown by all 12 teams on the first day here, and here's how these two are going to line up for this opener.
Yeah, interesting to see Amy Turner on the bench. Elliot Green on the bench didn't get much pitch time yesterday. I expect to see her used as an impact player by Tim Walsh. And keep your eye on Rongitha for Fiji. She was at the heart of everything yesterday. Finished off a few tries as well. And then Naumbasali, the debutant, showed a real bit of class and pace.
Tamoy also, and Tinai coming off the bench will add spark, no doubt about that. Conditions are perfect, a little kinder for the teams today as well. It was scorching yesterday. Today a bit of cloud cover has provided the ladies with just enough relief to be able to hit it at full tilt from the first whistle. Shane Parry, captain of the Aussie Women's Sevens team, in the absence of Shani Williams, who's here touring with the team. There are their day 1 results, winners against Fiji, Ireland and Canada. Scratchy in parts, it must be said, against Ireland, but showed their class against Canada, that's for sure.
Yeah, they certainly did. Australia again. The Fiji game first up was such a great game. Australia pulled away at the end, but it'd be great to see Fiji give them another good game again.
And you'll see Gabrielle Lee in charge, and the Fijians wearing black armbands today, and it's a bulla and all the best to those back in Fiji. Sad news via Chris Cratnell, the coach of the Fijiana team, letting us know that unfortunately 10 lives have been lost in Fiji and 7 still missing. So to you down in Fiji, we say we're thinking of you, and we hope your women's side can give you something to try and alleviate some of the heartache down there. Australia forced a turnover from the kickoff. Kaslik has Tonagato on the outside, but that's good rush defence from Fiji. It was Ravisa coming through.
Yeah, great starting defence from Fiji. Unfortunate for them that there was a turnover, really rushing up in defence. That's what you have to do against this Australia team. You can't give them time and space.
Okay, here's Kaslik. She's across the park to Quirk, who's reaching. Polite, the ever dangerous Vani Polite, showed some wonderful glimpses yesterday. And this good defence from Fiji. Across the park go Fijiana. Now with Riwai kicking in behind. The sweeper is back in the form of Kaslik. Great tackle though from Riwai. Etheridge to Polite once more. Beautifully balanced Vani Polite. Parry, the captain. Kaslik looking to create 2-on-1. They've done so with Tonagato, who will kick ahead, and if she had her time over, I think Emma Tonagato would have perhaps kept ball in hand.
Yeah, you could see exactly what she was trying to do. There was no one at home behind. That was the classed cover defender coming in, so she wanted to kick past, but got to keep it on the pitch.
So good morning to you back in Australia and in Fiji as well. It's the early hours of morning in that part of the world. Trust you're enjoying World Rugby's live streaming of the second leg of the HSBC Women's 7 Series out of Brazil. Australia do well to unsettle at the front, but a little tap forward there, I think, via the hand of Parry.
They did do well to disrupt. When you've got a line-up with Nangato in it, that extra height, very, very hard to put the opposition under pressure. They did that well, but unfortunately there's a little knock-on.
Crouch. 5. Line up, please. Line up. 5. Set.
Wrong Itha feeds. She's hassled at the back by Quirk, but they clear well, and that look to go forward. It has. Awkward bounce for Nangasao, and Australia will enjoy a perfect place to launch their best attacking raid thus far.
It didn't look like she was quite in agreement with Gabrielle Lee, did it? What, me? That went forward?
Crouch. 5. Set. Wait. Do it.
Kaslik feeds. She'll tap up to Quirk. Out wide is Cherry. Cherry's got toe. Cherry's got the toe to go the distance, and Australia have first points in this Cup quarter-final.
So clinical, Australia on that. Definitely isn't Elliot Green. That was Emily Cherry, the ball from Kaslik to Quirk to Cherry. Those three combined so well, and because the passes are so accurate, there's nothing the defence can do to cover that much width of pitch with two defenders. Really good finish from Emily Cherry, but Australia showing how easy it can be if you get it right.
Etheridge had some issues with her kicking yesterday, and it remains 5-0 in favour of Australia over Fiji. M. Cherry, the try scorer.
Yeah, that's one area of the game where Australia is still searching, isn't it? The kicking, especially without Chloe Dalton, without Shani Williams, two of the people who do a lot of their kicking. And it's becomes such a crucial part of the game, those extra 2 points and having really, really accurate kickoffs.
Etheridge, deep with her restart at a better strike. And now she looks to force a tackle, but Fiji have shifted well here. Nangasao goes back inside to Tamoy. And Tamoy gets through. She takes a ton of catching. Now Cherry over the top, looking for the turnover, getting it, forcing the penalty. Latch straight on. Kaslik, Parry, Polite. Polite with Etheridge out wide. Polite is going to go in and away again. Stands well. Parry drops just shy of the 22. Etheridge shifts to Kaslik. Quirk bullets the pass across the try scorer. Cherry has beaten 1, 2, 3, and now switches to Quirk, who will find Tonagato. The last pass is forward.
Yeah, I think the referee's got that one right. It was forward because there was a couple of interplay of passes. Emma Tonagato crept forward in front of the pass for the ball in the end, Alicia Quirk. That ball does just drift forward. A bit of a let-off for Fiji.
We saw just how dangerous Cherry is there again, though, beating 3 defenders as the Samba band. They won't stop. They just kick it off around 11 local. They'll go all the way through to the end of the Cup final here in Sao Paolo. Halftime hooter sounds. Just 5 points the difference. We saw Fiji strike against Australia just before halftime yesterday. It won't happen on day 2 though, as it's knocked on out wide. And at halftime in our first Cup quarter final, it is Australia 5 points to the good against Fiji.
Execute exactly the same game plan, okay? Should have had 2 or 3 shots, just be really detailed and finishing it off, right? Get out there, empty the paint and get out there and enjoy this, okay? Playing well, keep it, put it on the foot on the throttle, okay? Keep moving back, right? Let's go.
Instructions quite clear cut there from Australian coach Tim Walsh. Sude.
Yeah, same game plan. He said you're playing well, just the detail, be really, really clinical. That the try Emily Cherry scored showed that when they get it right, Australia, when they get the detail right, they're unstoppable.
So just a reminder that the Fijiana team are wearing the black armbands as a mark of respect, and just to let those back home in Fiji know they're thinking of them after having to endure Cyclone Winston across the last couple of days, one of the worst storms to hit the Pacific in history. And sadly, still several people missing. So that's the reason why the black armbands are out and about the rugby world and the world over, thinking of Fiji at this time. Such beautiful people. Wishing them all the best.
And this Fiji team be wanting to put on a good performance in honour of the people back home. A really good attacking opportunity now after that error from Emma Tonagato off the kickoff.
So this is a wonderful chance for Fiji to attack Australia via Nangasao. Nangasao across the park, lays it off to Ravisa. Ravisa goes back the other way, and some quality switches, but no meters made via Tamoy. Penalty advantage coming though. Australia coming in the wrong way. Oh, they're wonderful hands from Tamoy. Tamoy looking to get on the outside of Cherry and can't do so. Take it into touch.
Yeah, really well watched in defence from Cherry, but good defence all round from Australia. When Fiji are successful, it's because they get past the gain line and get their offloads in. Australia's stopping them doing that. They can't get the offloads away at the moment.
Quick change being made as well for Australia with Elliot Green coming onto the park. Emma Tonagato makes her way from the field. Just wonder if they might shift the ball a couple of passes off this line out and say to Elliot Green, have a lash. Quirk. Not straight, the call.
So no opportunity for Elliot Green off that line. Interesting to see Emily Cherry came in at first receiver for that. So obviously a set move that we didn't get to see. Another chance for Fiji.
Etheridge comes from the park, and on is Turner. One of Australia's best on day one, one of Australia's best, full stop. Amy Turner. She's going to have to dust the shoulders for the moment. That's a scrappy scrum, and the penalty comes for Fiji. This, a wonderful opportunity. Tapping and going is Vondor. Off the mark though. Back they go. Australia will get a chance to set their defence.
Got to take it off the mark, and you're right, gives Australia a much better chance to get set in defence.
Riwai. Ghosting across the field is Tinai. Tap back is the call from the referee. Riwai again, Riwai. Oh, she did so well to clear the pass, but just losing her grip out wide was Ravisa. There was still a lot of work for Ravisa to do, but just seeing again there how dangerous this Fijian team are when their offloads are working.
Yeah, it was the quality of pass from Riwai to Ravisa, wasn't it? Just wasn't quite there, not like the Australian try in the first half. A let off for Aussie.
Casley, Quirk, Cherry, rush defence from Fiji. Managed to pin her 15 from her line. Looked to be offside, and that's the way that Gabby Lee saw it as well. Crucial ankle tap there on Turner. The threat not dealt with just yet as Kaslik is driven into the turf. Terrific tackle from Timaravisa, and the pickup's good too from Nangasau, and Nangasau gets the pass away. Cherry will scoop it up. Nangato making a nuisance of herself in there at the breakdown. Looked to be a touch offside out wide here. Rothinga, and some solid contact on that far side. Kaslik will get it to Green. No, she won't. It's across the chest, and well, the longer this goes on, the more Fiji are going to start to fancy their chances. They've gone the quick line out. And a chance, almost breaking the line was Ravisa. Crucial tackle from Kaslik. Now it's 4-on-2. The little kick in behind needs to go. It'll just go past the face of Vondo. Still with Fiji. 2 to run. Cup quarter-final action, day 1. As we expected, it is tight. Parry forces the knock-on out of the hands of Nangato. Exhaustive run of play from both teams.
Fiji just losing the radar a little bit with those offloads. Just one too many went to ground rather than hand, but that kick through, if that had bounced the way that Fiji wanted it to, would have been perfect. Wasn't it? Great decision because the Australian defence was up so flat. There was no one in behind, but in the end, Australia managed to snuff out that Fiji attack. So hard to defend against them.
This entire game as well, so has been played in this half essentially. It's remarkable. They've set up camp to the right of your screens, wherever you're watching on around the world. Now, Elliot Green is going to try and just do it all herself. Big time player delivers for Australia. That is a huge moment in this one.
And that was always the danger for Fiji, wasn't it? As soon as they gave Australia and Elliot Green a little bit of space, look at her go. She has such power, such pace, and now such finishing ability as well. That little in and out at the end, that's what held up the last defender. Brilliant, brilliant finish from Elliot Green. Every team needs a finisher like that, and Australia have got one.
And the kicking is, well, it's not up to spec, as they say. Elliot Green, our top try scorer thus far in the series, 4 clear of Kelly Brazier. Covers the 100 metres in 11.3, but right now 10 is the magical number for Australia. Okay, the kick no good there from Australia. Something that's going to need to be addressed in the semis, that's for sure. And if they can win that in the cup final too, 10-0. They're up for the moment over Fiji, and that look to go forward. So that will do us. A brave Fiji doing it for their countrymen and women back home. Have gone down against the #1 ranked team in the world at the moment, Australia. 10 points to 0. There's your first cup quarter final, all done and dusted.
Now here comes Goss. Goss, the big feed and a try! New Zealand have stolen it!
I'm Sarah Goss and I'm captain of the New Zealand Women's Sevens team, and this is my 7 in 60. Probably making this team for the first time and getting to wear the first black jersey. I suppose there's a few. I think Shani Williams and Jen Kish are probably the main two. Probably hot chips and Fizzy. Hardworking, a farm girl, and just laid back. Beyonce, the Queen, and Oprah. Probably winning the World Series and also winning the World Cup. Last meal, probably fries. I love hot chips.
Sarah Goss there, the New Zealand captain, and her chip fetish. There are the series points available here in Brazil. The winner, of course, getting 20 going down in twos from there, and it is very important to get as many points as possible because this season series and last, of course, counts to Rio de Janeiro Olympic seedings. And that, of course, means that throughout the tournament, even in the lower bowl finals, people are still fighting for those very precious points. Top of the all-time try scorers list is Portia Woodman, Kayla McAllister, who's been in fine form here in second position, and Cherry, who we just saw starring for Australia in third position. Woodman, of course, is out injured. She has 2 hematomas on her thigh. Thought she might be available in the next quarterfinal, but her name is not on the list. So the second quarter-final involves the team that arguably produced the best brand of rugby on day one, New Zealand taking on Brazil, who ended their round with a flamboyant 27-5 win over Japan. The Tupais, as Brazil have named themselves, have never had a victory over the girls from Aotearoa in 6 meetings on the World Series. They've only ever scored 1 try against them. So looking at the lineups for this one, as I mentioned, no Woodman off the bench there for New Zealand. Tui gets the start again in the front row, as does Juliana Manuel, taking over from Williams for Brazil. Well, still on the bench there, their captain, Paula Ishibashi, just coming back from injury, so just easing her way back into it. And Sada as well, another with so much experience. Bianca Silva, number 10 jersey, she's made really good impression too. Well, Sude, we often talk about the Kiwis' attack, but yesterday just 3 tries crossed their line. Just the way they shut teams down, really impressive.
Yeah, yesterday all round they were very, very well organised and they executed really precisely. Attack and defence, as you say, so hard to break through such an organised defence, but just a little word on their attack. They were so precise yesterday, some sublime sevens at times. It'd be great if we can see some more of that today.
Yeah, it's entertaining for sure. Kelly Brazier there with the blonde ponytail facing us. She's been excellent too. Always tests the line out when she's got the ball in hand. Beatrice Benvetti in charge of this one. And there's Brazil's journey to the Cup quarterfinals. 2 losses initially, but that game against Japan, they played a really flat attack, really suited them, really speedy sevens. Nathan Wong puts the referee at odds there. She wasn't sure if she was going to start kicking, and very effective because New Zealand have forced the error.
Yeah, it's not as if that's an unusual way for Nathan Wong to start the game, so referee should be pretty aware that that's switch in play is going to happen.
I don't think that Beatrice has actually umpired or refed the New Zealand team very often. She'll know next time. Yeah, good scrum from the home team, but illegal. Crowd very vocal out there for the Brazilian girls. And New Zealand, meanwhile, very calm and collected there. Nathan gives them time to organise. Here's Brazier. Fake cutback from Manuel, given out to Broughton. Broughton's up. Lovely little move there from Gail Broughton. Gets a good pass away, and who else too but Kayla McAllister.
Yeah, McAllister usually has a little bit more to do herself than that. That time it was Gail Broughton that showed all the skill. She looked outside, realised the defence was going, so cut inside. There's 3 players on her, pulls them all in, gets the basketball over the top, offload to Kayla McAllister. They don't normally come that easy for Kayla.
Her 8th try so far here in Brazil. Usually it's Woodman that collects all the points for New Zealand, but one of her best mates, McAllister's doing it today. Beautiful kick there. Nathan Wong, 135 goals. She's 48 ahead of the next nearest. You can see there McAllister's stats. Top of the pops here so far in Sao Paolo, 7-0.
Yeah, McAllister showing that she has the flexibility. She's playing, I think, on the wing in this game in the absence of Portia Woodman. Gail Broughton at centre. Imagine looking up and seeing Broughton and McAllister in front of you in defence.
Good high orthodox kick to the left this time. Broughton got underneath it, but Brazil comes away with it. Not a good pass there for Berendt. And obstruction. Oh, look at that fiend in the face. Brazier gives it to McAllister. She's over. Once again, it's a double already.
Yeah, Kayla McAllister's on fire this tournament, isn't she? I mean, Kelly Brazier made that one for her. The other steppy player on the inside after Gail Broughton. Players not 10 off the penalty, but it doesn't matter. Brazier fended her off, then got the lovely ball out to McAllister. A little bit more to do that time to finish off.
The key to offend, it's like an open hand punch. That was perfectly placed, wasn't it? On the money. And here's another look at it. And bam! With the left hand too.
Can't argue with that. Sit down.
Lined her up to Kelly Brazier, one of the more experienced players in this New Zealand outfit.
Good defender there. You've got sore nose and sore pride. All rolled into one.
Oh, the ref took the dummy again. Great chase by Tui. Estevez had to go into contact. Kokan, she scored 4 tries already for the Brazilians. Oh, great counter-ruck there from the Kiwis. Brazier collects from Tui and uses her footwork to stun the defence again. This is all New Zealand so far.
Yeah, so dominant New Zealand, but it's coming from their defence, isn't it? That time, they just pushed up so well in defence. Brazil had nowhere to go at all. They put the pressure on and then get it into the hands. Look, it's the counter-ruck, but it's not just the counter-ruck. The counter-ruck comes with the whole team. It's almost like the whole team's counter-rucking, pushing forward. So they're on the shoulder as soon as the turnover's made. But Kelly Brazier again, brilliant footwork. She's having quite a tournament.
Slotted. 21-0 already, and if Tyler Nathan Wong isn't taking the kicks, this young lady here, Brazier, could stand up as well.
Yeah, Brazil just need to get their hands on the ball and get a good bit of possession. This is why the kickoff is so important. She kicks off so accurately, Nathan Wong, that every single time Brazil are put under real pressure, they get no free ball at all that allows them to settle.
McAllister in the air, taken by Berendt. At halfback was Mel Bauer. Khan again. Stretching for it was Berendt, and big hit, shoulders and all there on Mel Bauer.
Yeah, great hit from McAllister, but a little bit offside before she made the hit.
Santini with the pass and just going backwards. Brazier gets an intercept and a beautiful ball off to Manuel, who hit it back on the angle. 4th try for the Kiwis.
We saw that a couple of times yesterday. Hiruana Manuel using every ounce of brain power. The angle she cuts, she just knows exactly where the gap is going to be. She's on Kelly Brazier's shoulder. Kelly Brazier, player trying to wrap her up in defence, but manages to get the offload out. Hiruana Manuel right on her shoulder.
Hiruana Manuel was captain of New Zealand before she got injured. There you can see the New Zealand tries there. 23 tries. Australia not even close. Manuel, of course, playing in the forwards now. Used to be a centre, but playing a really good role with those short balls. She's not perfect after all, Nathan.
Good to know. Making us all feel a little bit inadequate.
Absolutely, 26-0. She is Manuel.
Yeah, it could bring an little extra dimension to New Zealand's game, Manuel at hooker, can't it? Normally playing half-back, 9 or 10, but just brings that extra playmaker, that extra sort of line runner onto the pitch.
There's proof New Zealand's defence best in the comp so far. Tui batters the ball back. Goss chasing, but this is good for Kokan. Kokan, she's got a bit of support there. Nathan Wong has gone back and just dribbles out the back. And so there we have it. 7 minutes of hell for the home team, really, and heavenly sevens for New Zealand, 26-0 as we go to the break.
Okay, right now there is so much talking out there, disagreeing, and you just need to go back to the basics. Your positions, Raquel, Mayra, Edna, you're all out. Contact off a kick-off, you go blind. You're sitting in there in a pocket. You play the vantage line and you go there, stretch them, then you go. Penalties, you don't look around, you go. Rucks, we talked about quick rucks. You're putting pressure on yourself because you don't know the basic stuff. Kickoffs, you go forward, Raquel, you come across their line. They're stepping in the inside of Louisa. Everyone is. Think about it, communicate, get respect from this team. You need to maintain the ball. Come on, you go as 12, not 7, or not individuals. 12. You got 1 minute to show us. Okay, there's no don't give them respect. Get respect from them. Come on, pick it up.
Well, I've never seen Chris Neal that animated, and no wonder.
Yeah, he was pretty unhappy, wasn't he? Frustrated. He's not saying don't give them respect at all. He's saying don't give them too much respect. Sometimes you play the world champions and you start the game behind because you're worried about them. You think they're so good, so you don't turn up, and that's what's happened a little bit to Brazil here. They just have to give it everything they've got and play and remember the things that they've been taught on the training park. Because it sounds at the moment Chris Neal's frustrated because there's simple things they've worked on that they're simply not doing because they're so spooked by playing the world champions.
They have the kick-off. Kulkan. It's a nice one in there for Brazil. Chased well and pushed back on the home team side. Rucks form, but the ball just pops out the back. Blythe's on there for New Zealand, and she's the one that earned that turnover. bit more passion in the start there for Brazilians.
We're talking in the first half about how good New Zealand's defence is. Part of that is because they never let the opposition have the ball. If you don't have to actually do very much defending, because they're so good at the kickoffs and so good at the breakdown, starves the opposition of ball.
Nice switch back there from the Kiwi girls. Fata Simpkins puts the big dummy out, just pushed over and out. So it's a cardinal sin, I've got to say, dying with the ball over the sideline in sevens. You're better to pull up and wait for your support.
Yeah, she thought she had it on the outside, didn't she, there? But as you say, running off the pitch is just handing the ball to the opposition. There's all that space on the other side. Just pull out and send it back the other way. Because what you've done by taking the ball really wide is put all the defence that way. And that means, of course, that there's loads of undefended space on the other side of the pitch.
At the front, but read by Tui, and look at that, Finn. Tui does it by herself and does a superwoman dive at the end.
That is absolute heartbreak for Brazil, isn't it? A chance for a bit of possession. Ruby Tui, really intelligent play there. Read what Brazil were going to do. Look at that.
Took it in front of the 5 though, Sue Day.
She did, yeah. Cut it out before it got to the 5.
So the rule is if you catch the ball in front of that 5 metre line, it's given back to the opposition. So I guess technically it wasn't a try, but hey, it's on the scoreboard.
Exactly. If the referee gives it, it's a try, and you know, Ruby too, the intelligence to read that, got to hand it to her, and it was a good finish as well in the end, wasn't it?
Auditioning for a role in Supergirl 2, maybe. 31-0 now.
Or
Kiwis
auditioning
ahead.
for a role in the Rio Olympics at least.
Well, same thing. Just over 4.5 minutes to go in this Cup quarter-final in the Day 2 of Sao Paolo Sevens. Fata Simpkins with the kicking role now for New Zealand. So they've had meagre possession, Brazil. Malboa goes back to where Santini is. Cocan to the right-hand side. They've got their experience on now, Brazil. Campos, the ball carrier there. Unfortunately, she didn't release the ball on the ground, and Brazier's jumped on it. Offhands it there to Williams. Tries to get an offload away and intercepted there by Santini. So New Zealand's attack breaks down for the first time, and Brazil hold on.
Yeah, referee checking with her assistant. Quite what the call should be.
Scrum, flag.
No respite whatsoever for Brazil. More ball for New Zealand. It's just Brazil just can't get their hands on the ball. New Zealand are so good in the breakdown in this game, aren't they? Every time Brazil take it in, there's someone in there competing for the ball or counter-rucking.
Fata Simpkins. Brazier has to clean that up a little and does it well. Nice little kick through, and the chase is on from Williams, but the ball beat her to the sideline. Good option though from Brazier.
Great vision from Brazier, just slightly overhit, but if that had been a metre shorter, it would have been a beautiful kick. Great idea, great vision, just execution slightly out. Look how close this is. It just creeps over the line before she gets there. Half a metre, I reckon, would have done it.
10 out of 10 for the dive.
9.5, I reckon.
So a lot of subs being rolled on. We've got Starda coming out there for Brazil, as well as Ramao. Anything to stop this relentless black tide for the Brazilians. Tui's got back for that. Outpaces the defence of Campos. Ruby Tui just smashes straight on in. Brazier uses that beautiful little boot again, and Chubik is on it. Chubik pushes the pass back to Brazier, who started it off. Puts it in the boot. Farah Simpkins to Williams. Here's Williams. She's got plenty of space in front of her, Nia Williams, and she's over. And the story continues. It's all New Zealand. So first ever try too. Good on you, Nia Williams.
Yeah, lovely bit of finishing from Nia Williams. Always a great moment to score your first try. A slight dummy on the inside, but she didn't need any help. She got Sarah Goss there in support as well, but plenty of pace from Nia Williams to finish off. Do you reckon Kelly Brazier's been practicing that kick pass on the training field? That's two we've seen in 2 minutes now. That one came off beautifully, didn't it? It was what started that move.
Great arsenal to have, isn't it, that extra? I mean, you see players like Dan Carter, he's got those kind of skills, that kick pass. We see it in the Australians too, and we don't get to enjoy it very often on the sevens field, and we've seen it twice already. Yeah, and it's such a powerful weapon, especially once the seventh defender, the seventh sweeper, has had to push up to cover. No one in behind, you know, and when the defence is racing up, it's the perfect way to get the ball into the hands of the wide players. This kick a little deeper and knocked on by Silva. It could have been a great opportunity to see her open up. Lovely runner that she is. Yeah, she's going to be a great addition to this Brazil squad in the next few years, isn't she? We've already seen a few glimpses of what she can do. Starting in Dubai, only 17. Goodness me, the world is her oyster, isn't it? Yeah, and Chris Neal told me she's from one of his rugby social projects. They get out into the community and find these really raw talents, put them on the program. It's just fantastic that rugby gives them this opportunity. Yeah. Broughton to Williams. Uses a bit of footwork there, Williams. Went forward. See Silva unable to hold on to it. So Broughton in. Goss gets a good wide pass out to Tui. The two props working together, and Tui shows she's got a bit of leg and gets her second for this one. Yeah, there's finishing ability all over the pitch for New Zealand. A good bit of running from Ruby Tui. A lot more work to do than the last try, but a beautiful pass from Sarah Gross. The vision to see that that's where the space was, and push the ball out past Katarina Fata-Simpkins all the way into the hands of Ruby Tui. Great work from New Zealand. Great to see Ruby Tui getting some tries. Had a great nationals in January in New Zealand. 24 years old. Everybody's getting into the action in the sideline. So no goal, but so many tries in a fantastic, emphatic performance here from New Zealand. They've won their quarterfinal 41 points to 0 over Brazil.
Brilliant step off the right.
Lovely step again, Jen Kish. This is going to be a brilliant individual try for the Canadian captain.
That was sensational from the Canadian captain.
Here comes the second to the captain. Jen Kish is in. Kish again. This is Captain Fantastic going in the score for Canada. Unbelievable.
Yeah, Jennifer Kish there, 5th in the all-time try scorers for Canada. Captain Fantastic, and such a huge part of what Canada do well goes through their captain. Well, our third Cup quarter-final almost ready to go. A fascinating battle really between Canada and France here in Sao Paolo. Canada, as you can see, leading this one, 7 wins to just 1 for France. Well, for many people, France were the surprise package yesterday, undefeated in their pool, and a rare victory against England to top the group. And all that you have to remember, with what is generally considered a second string squad. Canada lost out to Australia to finish second in their group, so this one expected to be a close battle. And there is the starting teams. Shannon Izar yesterday, hat-trick in her first game for France. The likes of Mayen at number 3, also such a key player for them. And then we mentioned Jen Kish, but what about Paquin, the pace for her out wide, Ben Molesky, and of course Landry, who had a couple of tries herself yesterday. Well, that is Team Canada in their traditional red. And, you know, I suppose yesterday before this tournament kicked off, Mel, we would have said Canada would be firm favourites to win this, but the form of France turns this one around.
We'd say that because only 2 players in the squad were in Dubai, where they also performed really well. I guess David Cortex, he's mixing up his team. He's saying to them, prove to me that you want to be in the next 2 tournaments. And yes, some of them have stood up. You mentioned their names already. Mayan, Izar, Ladanus was great too. But Canada, they are forward orientated. They have excellent power players in there. You mentioned Paquin's speed, but what about Russell at the breakdown? Same with Kish. They've been outstanding.
Well, there you saw the results from yesterday. 64 points for Canada in their 3 games. Rasta Rasavengi is the man in charge, plenty of experience, and his 51st in the World Rugby 7 series. So not quite as warm and sunny as it was yesterday if you've just joined us here in Sao Paolo, but I don't think the players will mind that one little bit. It's still a beautiful afternoon for rugby, for Sevens rugby, and 2 teams to go at it in a place in the semi-finals of the Cup up for grabs. France to get us underway. Biscara puts one deep into the hands of Kelly Russell. The first touch for Canada, squirts out the side there, and Rasavengi says play on, Canada with a chance to get possession. First touch for Brittany Ben, just draws the number now. Interesting runner, Bianca Farella. She's a big physical player, did a lot of damage yesterday, rolling on the ground, didn't release, and gives away the penalty. And a quick tap and go by the French captain Fanny Horta. This is Mayen, one of the players I mentioned earlier, big physical presence, huge tackler. The number 3 in her back for France, and struggling to hold on to that ball there. Jen Kish with the steal, and Landry to pass this one out as far as Farella. Farella takes it up the middle, takes 2 to bring her down. Good tackle it was by Fanny Horta. And again, not rolling away. Must release the tackler on the ground. And that was what the penalty was for. Canada still with possession. Hands there from Molesky. No way through the French defence so far. Mayen making yet another hit. Jennifer Kish. Into the middle comes Landry. This is Ben looking for any gaps that might appear in the French defence. It was a feature yesterday. However impressive they were with attack, equally good in defence. And that one looked like it went forward.
Yeah, a bit of a pity there because Canada getting into their pattern, their structure we know so well, which is basically just keeping their width, the accurate passing, putting it through the hands. There's Mayan's there. And originally, I guess she ran off by herself and got isolated, and that's where that turnover happened. You've got to stay with your teammates.
Mayen into the front row here for the scrum.
Steady.
I mean, if France get that ball to Shannon Izar, we saw yesterday what she can do. Good, strong runner.
Yeah, you never really know what to expect from France in terms of style. They're like a box of chocolates. Sometimes they play confrontational, sometimes they like to spin it. Other times they're very direct and close.
Struggle with the scrum there. They just about got that back, and Pauline Biscara with a nice switch in the middle. This is Ladagnu. One of the Canadians gets a shove in the back to get out of the way, and just preventing France from getting that quick recycled ball. Here is Shannon Izar, the player I was talking about. Now look at her, try to go herself, a lovely dummy. Needs support surely, not going to do it all the way, but makes it as far as the 22 and then can't hang on to it. Illegal though from Canada. And a chance to tap and go again.
I love that show there from Izar because, yeah, she had nobody to receive the pass. Yet Kish still took the dummy.
Dummy to no one and still bought. How do you explain that one on the team meeting analysis tomorrow for Canada?
Right.
Go left here, Mayen. Thomas, first real touch for her. Got the pass away. Mayan run the wraparound. Marjorie Mayan tries to go through Paquin. France keep it alive. Only just that one definitely went forward. And the referee agrees, so we'll have a scrum. But France looking dangerous inside the Canadian 22.
Yeah, that was a really nice little wrap from Mayan. She knew that there was just a little bit of space, no defender there, got round, and I think it was Horta who she tried to get the ball, well, she got the ball away, and Horta was the one that pushed it forward slightly. So they're just sounding each other out at the moment, France, Canada. We knew it was going to be close, difficult to pick.
Canadians now from all the way on their own line. That's a dangerous looking pass because it squirted out the side, and Landry did well to break through the cover tackle and get the pass away. Giselle Landry with a piece of brilliant skill, and off she goes. Ferrella, they're not going to catch her from there. Well, Ferrella had to do the hard slog and the long yards to get there. High tackle goes in. It doesn't matter because the try is scored, but Ghislaine Landry with a beautiful piece of skill to release Ferrella.
Landry, it was all her. She was completely under pressure behind the try line. But, you know, I talked about the fact they've got power players. Well, that's their strike right there, isn't she? She's the one that creates and gave it off to Ferrella. Look at that face, relaxed like a sprinter. She knows she's away. Lupesca's chasing, and it was a valiant effort. But what a try.
What a try it was. Beautiful running style, as Mel mentioned, by Ferrella. Conserving the energy, compact. Here's the conversion, straight between the posts, and Canada, after being under pressure, that's why we love sevens. Defence to attack in the space of 10. Brilliant stuff.
Yep. Ferrella's first try to here in Sao Paolo, which is surprising because she's been very active with the ball in hand.
French now, what can they offer in response? Well, I tell you what, that was a poor kick. And Brittany Ben won't be happy. Mayan looking to get on with this one quickly as we approach 90 seconds left in the first half here. Just the one try so far. And France go left. Now here's Izar, lovely pass. Here's Mayan. Oh no, excuse me, it's Guerin who's just onto the pitch. And a knock forward of a red hand, which means France will get one chance to go before the break here.
Yep, you can see what they were trying to do there. This time, shift the ball. They went middle originally earlier in the match. Now it's about attacking that left edge.
Well, there's John Tate, the big imposing figure of the Canadian coach. Always very calm. You see in the halftime team talk, no matter what way the match has gone for Canada, the 3 breaths for the team, composure, and then he delivers his analysis of where they can improve in the second half. But France want to give them something to think about here because 30 seconds to play. That was surely an illegal foot there. Now referee says play on. Canada using every trick in the book.
You can't do that.
I don't think Rastavengi saw it. In fairness, he was around the other side, but now France get the penalty. I can tap and go. It's a quick one from Lepesque. The pass wasn't good and the tap wasn't run the right mark, so
well,
we'll have to go back.
she actually had it pretty much on the mark, but referee just had his back. She was just too fast for everybody.
Too quick for her own good. Last play. Will there be time for the line out? Just about. No, there won't. Oh. Well, that was a mistake from France, and that's just a lack of concentration. Should have gone to the referee. Do we have time for the line out? But the answer from the whistle is no. So just the one try for Canada. It's come from Bianca Ferrella, and it means that France trail the Canadians by 7 points to 0 at the break.
Big deep breath. 1, 2, 3. All right, ladies. All right, a bit scrappy. All right, but we're staying in it. We're staying connected. Some really good tackles and contests at the breakdown. All right, we'll get some of those calls to start going our way. Just stay aggressive, okay? Smart, let the tackles get after it. On attack, you've got to get the ball. Coach 6 goes. I want that ball in his hand. Make a decisions. I can't be so aggressive with the 7. It'll set up the power step for the 7 to go through. If 7 stays on 7, then we got the Kiwi option, okay? Are you good with that?
Yeah.
All right, hey, please, let's go. Right, we're kicking off now. Right, we're playing a 3 and a 4. If we do that again, take your time with the kick, make sure we get the option we want, and get after it, okay? Come on, ladies.
Yep, they've been measured, they're controlled, and they're very calm, and that's the way they've played in the first half. Canada, France, meanwhile, maybe look a little bit more desperate and clutching at some of the passes. They need to work out what their pattern is and stick to it. Know how dangerous they are, the French.
So just a single try between the sides in the first half, and Jen Kish, captain of Canada, I'm sure eager to strike next and try and put this one to bed, because France are dangerous. They do have those strike runners, as we mentioned. Landry goes to the right. It's a high hanging restart, tap back from Shannon Izar. A little bit loose there, but Biscarat rescues it. Lepesque with the switch. Maya with the offload. Nice hands, Garand running towards that touchline. Wants an inside ball from Thomas and just about kept it alive. I thought they were going to run out of space there. They almost did. Biscarat once more. Better, Izar to Maya. It's a 2-on-1 overlap outside there. If they can get this one wide. There's the long floating pass, and it's all a question of pace here. Izar tackled well.
The tackler.
Canada Robert, Kish, ball on the outside, Brittany Ben puts the head down, she's got to go into the corner. Canada will have their second try, and again France losing possession at a critical stage, and Ben and Canada pounce and make them pay.
They kept their heads, they didn't panic, did they? It was actually Maleshki who made that fantastic tackle from behind on Isa. Then she got the turnover as well. And that's how Ben ended up with the ball on that left-hand far side of the field to collect the points.
Well, Brittany Ben, so much experience, and she knew exactly where to go. Pinned her ears back, straight into the corner. Conversion to come to make it 14 for Canada. This one right in the corner, as you can see. That's what faces Ghislaine Landry. Beautiful strike though. As it on target, flags stay down.
Yeah, she has been very influential since she's made it into this Canadian setup. Brittany Ben, nice tall centre. She's one of those kind of centres that's got really good distribution, so if you just hang out wide, you always get a really good ball off her.
So Landry to restart. France, you feel, need a score in the next minute to 90 seconds to put themselves in a chance. What a beautiful kick it is, and a wonderful take as well. Bursting onto it, Russell gives the pass to Paquin. Paquin skips out. Oh, good tackle. Needed to be. And still there, France managed to steal. Thomas right on her own 9. And we need a breakaway. We saw Canada do this from a similar position in the first half. France cannot do it in the second.
That Canadian kickoff is just so good, isn't it? And Russell getting up and just basically claiming the ball because the French didn't even want to know about it. You've got to be really aggressive and come forward at kickoff time. You've got to communicate and say who's got it. And that time it was Russell.
Maleshki throws. Kish dummy the pass back, made about a metre on the ground. Paquin picks and goes, 3-on-3. Mayan against Paquin, and look at that from strength for Marjorie Mayan. Drove her all the way back over the 5-metre line and just stopped that momentum. Canada trying to reset here. Ben is calling for it. It'll show. And Maleshki, the pass is good to Kish. Underneath the post, she trots down. And that is that. Canada impressive in this second half.
And what could France do about that? Maleshki picking the ball up, slightly veering off to the left, and that was what created the lovely little hole. See this? Kish on the inside, supporting as she always does. Lovely little pop ball.
Canada asserting their authority on this one, and Jen Kish, the captain, has had a very good tournament so far. Does a huge amount of unseen work, and 19 points to 0 now. You feel this is a dead one for France.
when does Jen Kish ever not have a good tournament is my question. So consistent. Hardly ever even makes an error. And, you know, if she's not doing the forward work in tight, then you'll see her out in the centre position, passing more than likely Paquin, a beautifully timed pass.
3 more to catch Maleski, but I'm sure they won't be concerned with individual honours. This is about a team game, and all those players in the top 5 for Canada on the pitch at the moment. That's the strength of this squad and the development over the last year or so. I'm sure Langford can't come soon enough for the home supporters. As France try and get something going here, Biscara sets one up. Here's Izar. We haven't seen too much of her with a chance to run into space. Out to Guérin. Little step off her inside, and that's nice feet from the French number 12. Kish makes the hit, got to roll away, hasn't done so, and concedes the penalty. Well, maybe just a little bit of gamesmanship there from Jen Kish. I'm sure she knew exactly what she was doing, slowing that ball down, but France have come again, and a chance here. Quick clean out needed. Lepesque, flat pass, was an awkward one for Fanny Orta, and she couldn't deal with it, but it's gone backwards, according to Rasta Vengi. 90 seconds to play. It's another penalty, this time against the French.
France are their own worst enemy in this game, to be honest. I think it was Mian. She took it back into contact when she had 2 players outside her. It would have been a try if they had to move the ball. It's their decisions, and it's just because they're under pressure.
Got a substitution for France, and in comes Lene Corson. Canada, well, not a great kick, if we're being honest. A little chip and chase from Biscara. Where's this going to bounce? Well, the answer is straight into the arms of Nicholas for Canada. Brittany Benn tries to get the legs going. Darling on the outside, but no room there. Nicholas once more. Nice hands to keep that one alive. Kaljavi to Kish. Might fancy a go through the middle here. That's exactly what she tries. The Pesk was there. And back towards Nicholas, and hands to Russell. This is Lucan. Hold down on the halfway line. Russell again. Trying to put Darling in on the outside. It's on forward, and France will have a scrum. One last chance for France to get on the board.
Yeah, well, just for pride's sake, they'll just want to put something together. Get some cohesion there. Gee, I just watched Brianne Nicholas, who's just come on for Canada off the ball. This is her debut tournament. She basically chased it one side to the other to the other. Talk about work rate.
Mandy Marchak is going to come in, so Jen Kish, the captain, to go off. She's put in a decent shift, saved some energy for the semi-final because the result not in doubt now. And Marchak, just over 10 seconds to make an impression. Here's the feed. Hooter goes, so Biscara trying to put Shannon Izar into space. That one is going to go all the way towards the Canadian line. It's a foot race forward. Canada going to win this one comfortably in the end. Nicholas dives on the ball, and that should be that. There is the final whistle. So a dominant display by the Canadians. We thought this one would be a lot closer, but France, in truth, couldn't hit the heights of yesterday, and they were well beaten. France 0, Canada 19.
Under-20 Championship.
The hero of South Africa, Jan Serpentine.
Jack Noah. Away goes Clifford. Watson is over.
Pablo Matera has done the business. A little step through from Pollard, and this is going to be another try. Too easy for Ringrose.
Jesse Crean.
Perfect finish.
The man is so powerful.
The Wales cap.
Pocock, captain supreme. It's Savea, and look at that.
Some kind of a promo, that one, for the World Under-20s kicking off in June this year. That's the men's side of things, but right now we are looking after the Women's Sevens World Series, and that's how the table looks. Australia top of the pops with, well, a couple of likely customers floating around 1 through to 5. New Zealand will be looking for an improved performance here in Sao Paolo. So to the United States, and they're up next against England in our final Cup quarter final, number 4, 3 down, and the winners thus far are Australia, New Zealand, and right there it was Canada going through. I'm Sean Maloney, joined in commentary by ex-England international Sue Day, and we've been treated to some outstanding sevens this morning.
We certainly have. That last performance by Canada, very clinical indeed. The United States, their neighbours, are going to want to emulate that.
So there's the points that are available here in Brazil. 20 to the Cup winner, and on the run down to the plate and bowl. Points so important as well in terms of timing your seedings in the run towards Rio, which is bearing down on us oh so quickly. Right now, though, we are getting it done just down the road in Sao Paulo, about a 4-hour drive from Rio. There are the results from this morning. Australia closing out Fiji, New Zealand closing out Brazil, and France, well, how do you like that? Closing out Canada as well. You don't see that too often, do you?
You don't see that too often. This ought to be the closest quarter-final from the seedings yesterday. USA and England 4 and 5 yesterday.
Yep, don't let that fool you. The 11th ranked United States taking on the 3rd ranked England team overall in the series. It is England who have had the better of the USA. Very tight in their last matchup, and expect that scoreline to be very, very similar to what we see here today as well.
Yeah, and remember that scoreline's the one that made all the difference for Olympic qualification.
Okay, the United States showed some terrific patches yesterday. Gillian Potter was good. Kelter was excellent. Whilst for England, who caught your eye?
Well, for England, Abby Brown, the debutante, did really, really well. Perhaps a little surprised to see her starting this game, but Simon Middleton putting faith in her. She had a good start, and Alice Richardson and Natasha Hunt, the playmakers for England, so important. If England play well, it's because those two have played well.
So 3 teams have booked their spots in the Cup semi-finals as Brara Velala looks to the skies. Gillian Potter just showed, after putting Dubai behind her, her comeback tournament, that she's going to be so key to her side's chances of progressing to the big one here in Brazil. So it's England in the darker jerseys. There is one of the playmakers you speak of, Sue Day. Alice Richardson.
An interesting battle of the kickoffs. Yesterday, Gillian Potter for the USA off their kickoffs was outstanding. England struggled a little to regain their own. And as we keep talking about, they're so important in terms of possession.
Our 4th and last Cup quarter final off and running here at the Arena Bareri in Sao Paulo, and it is the USA who will have first use to the ball. Dead kickoff from England. That's a good fend and run from Thomas. She's going to need some support, or is she? Thomas hits the go button. She's away. That is the perfect start for the USA.
Yeah, great running from Kristen Thomas. We've seen that a lot before. It was Abigail Brown that she stood up on the outside. We said in the intro, so inexperienced Abigail Brown. It's asking a lot of her to put her in, throw her into one of these games, but Simon Middleton wanting to blood new players. Kristen Thomas, such a strong, balanced runner. Once she got through, really England had no chance at all to catch her.
The conversion's good off the boot of Maravalala. It is USA who get the first points here. They're up 7-0 against England. I know that Thomas is quick, but she had 3 English defenders who shepherded her into that far corner, and she still managed to step and go. It was beautiful.
Yeah, it was the one-on-one really, wasn't it, in the far corner? You stand the player up, she did it so well, check and go. And as a defender then, Abigail Brown, you just got no chance at all.
Potter on the hunt, that was knocked on from England, so they are going to have to defend once more and to sharpen up on that front after conceding that first try. Here comes Javelet. Bonnie picking and going. Potter offloads beautifully. And Thomas again. Ravalala. Holds the pass up for Javelet. He's gone back. That's a good tackle coming from Richardson to try and turn possession back in her side's favour, but at the moment the United States look good with ball in hand. Nice and calm and trying to get outside. Richardson was Kelter. Eventually it's 3 defenders that take her down, and that frees up the numbers for the USA to go in once more.
Good work. It's the strength of Alev Kelter. Baravalala is the one that gets the try, but Alev Kelter, here she goes. She's trying to go around Alice Richardson. Alice Richardson gets the tackle in, but she just keeps powering her legs. Alev Kelter, brilliant strength. It takes 2 more eventually to bring her down. So that's 3 England players trying to tackle 1 USA player. No wonder there's some space around the edges.
Blistering start from the USA over England in this Cup quarter-final. Maravalala looking to add the additional 2 to her 5, and it is down and low to the left. The score stays USA 12, England 0.
England just need some possession here to calm their nerves a little bit. It's been a couple of mistakes. There was the mistake of the missed tackle in the far corner, a knock-on that set up the scrum that move all came from. England need to get their hands on the ball and settle things.
Brown taps back. Finally, England get possession of the ball. Been starved of it after 4 minutes of play. Brown. Richardson. Wide they go to Wilson Hardy. Brown again. Nice long pass. Here's Watmore. Watmore straighten and fend like she always does. Fisher has to scoop up the pass. Watmore once more. Fisher. Richardson has McKenna inside. Now finds McKenna. McKenna will go over the top. No, she won't. That's slapped back by Javelet. Does well to read that. Fisher, the other number 7, picks and goes from the ground, but it's tapped forward on the deck.
Yeah, Javelet did really well there. If that pass from McKenna had gone to hand for England, they were in loads of space. Javelet just did enough to intercept it, and then Fisher couldn't clean it up on the floor.
Fisher became a viral star yesterday with a huge handoff in the opening game against Japan. If you're not on Twitter or Instagram or Facebook following World Rugby, make sure you jump on now and hit like or follow to see all the action from yesterday. And so much more to come here on day 2. USA once more, Kelter. Good read in defence from Richardson to hold play on halfway, and now they find the deck. That's a good leg drive. Kelter will be brought down by Richardson, who is leading the tackle count for England and doing a great job. It's nullify some of these threats. Bonnie. Chevrolet knocks on. Brown taps up Richardson. Wilson Hardy. At last, England are in the USA's half with ball in hand. McKenna. McKenna, oh, Watmore looked for the switch. Instead, McKenna went outside, and it has fallen into the hands of England's Nightmare. Scooting away for her second is Kristen Thomas. That is a dagger for the English.
Absolute nightmare for England that they were about to score under the post. It would have brought them into 5 points at half-time. As it is, this pass just goes straight to ground. The communication between Watmore and McKenna clearly not there, and it goes, who does it fall to? But it falls to Kristen Thomas, who we've already seen how well she can finish. She was not going to make any mistake from there. Alice Richardson has got through so much defensive work from England this half. It was her that was trying to cut Kristen Thomas off there. You can't fault the effort, but it's been USA all the way this half.
Arabalala. Beautifully struck kick, but it is off in terms of the radar, so half-time, and we have the USA up over England to the tune of 17 points.
Patience and communication is working. Let's do this. Here we go, guys. Just like Coach said, ball to the sideline first, attack there, then they'll open up. Let's not force it in the middle. Stay connection on D. USA. 1, 2, 3. USA! 7 up, 7 up.
The tackling machine, Alice Richardson. I dare say she's had enough of putting shots on. I wouldn't mind playing with the ball for a little while today.
Yeah, she got through so much hard work there. She just wants to get the ball in her hands and have some fun. Hasn't been given the chance to do that yet.
17 points is not insurmountable, though, certainly not in the world of sevens. And if England can post first points here in this second half, then they are every chance of going on with it. The last 7 minutes of quarter-final play is underway as Richardson does get ball in hand and switches nicely to Wilson Hardy. That's a good hard line from Wilson Hardy. Richardson again. Trying to do it all herself. It's a great tackle from Potter. Fisher. Fisher straightens and passes beautifully to Brown. Who looks for Fisher on the reload. Ball will stay with England. Much better signs early in this second half for the English. Wilson Hardy is crunched up top by Potter. Comes away from Watmore. Watmore. Now to Hunt. That's great work from Javelay. Not supporting her body weight though, so possession remains with the English.
Yeah, first set of possession really for England, isn't it? Other than that try chance in the first half, they have to get a move on, need to get some points on the board quickly.
Hunt switching to Fisher. Fisher, full of running. Fisher, try to England.
Fisher was the try-scoring star for England yesterday. She's the one that powered over the line there. It's exactly what England needed. It was now or never, really, to start getting points on the board. A switch pass from Mo Hunt, and Fisher just powers through. Alev Kelter, an equally powerful runner, trying to catch her, but Fisher grounds it. She's not happy with the tackle at the end there. Two equally competitive, powerful players.
I love watching Heather Fisher play, and no doubt the English are back home as well. 17-7, we're back to 10 points. She just does not stop, Heather Fisher. Huge engine. Richardson makes the tackle. Gets to her feet, but he's called out of the play by Nevis, our referee. Thomas, 2 tries already to her name. McKenna, another wonderful defender in this English team. Shut that down. Potter on the hard line. Richardson over the top. Who else? And she makes the seal. Inspired Sevens rugby from Richardson. Brown's going to need some support here as the USA close. Good clean out from McKenna. The try-scoring threat of Watmore is out wide, and likewise inside is Fisher. Watmore taps it down, and England are enjoying a run of 12 unanswered points, and we got ourselves a game, team.
Yeah, much better from England, controlling possession, moving the ball into open spaces. What really makes a difference for me here, why England got it done, is Heather Fisher takes it forward before making the pass at wide. Too often, England are playing laterally, getting the ball into the winger's hands and expecting the winger to do all the work. That time, Heather Fisher threatened the line. Joanne Watmore finished it off. Game on, 3 minutes to go.
Kick's no good. Score stays as it was. 17 points to 12. So both these teams have just enjoyed runs of possession and points, and a chance for USA to go wide through Potter. Watmore is slapped away initially, but then on the second attempt makes the tackle count. And they win the penalty, England.
Yeah, US didn't really want Gillian Potter out there on the wing. They could have done with Javelet or Thomas, one of those players.
Cheap turnover of possession back to the USA there, just needed to release on the ground and up and go again.
Yeah, it's really simple error from England. There's a few errors that have put themselves into trouble in this game.
Pressure coming, now Grubbard across the park, and this might work out for the USA. Javelet is going to burn England and extend their lead. Oh boy. JJ lands a big shot.
A little bit of luck for the USA there, wasn't it? I'm sure that wasn't intended as a kick pass into the hands of Jessica Javelet. But we were saying just now, they probably didn't want it to fall into the hands of Potter in space, but Javelet, oh yes they do. She has such pace. And once she gets free, there's no chance England are going to catch her. It looks like it's USA's game now.
Oh, it is a brutal game at times. Conversion attempt. short, way to the left, but you would think that that is all the USA will need. Up by 10 with just 40 seconds to run, and locals watch on this quality game of sevens in Sao Paolo, Brazil. McKenna flicks it to Richardson. Richardson has been immense for her team. Unfortunately, she's going to step away on the wrong side of the score sheet, but she can hold her head high. Rounding up and making the tackle there is Jabalay on Brennan. Richardson, Brown. Kelder's going to have a dab at it, and so is Javelay. Ball placement from Fisher is perfect. Knock on in the back there. So Alejandra Nieves brings an end to this, our last Cup quarter final, and it is the USA progressing after seeing off very talented and dangerous England side.
We are now into the bowl semi-finals, which is the competition for the bottom 4 sides here in Sao Paulo. Next up is going to be Spain taking on Japan, and then Ireland versus Russia. Of course, don't forget that every point counts in terms of seedings for the Rio de Janeiro Olympics in August this year. So despite the fact that these teams haven't won games like they wanted to on day one, they'll still be fighting hard in these 2 semi-finals. So Spain yesterday, they beat Russia 19-12 in a game that they snatched in the last moments. They lost to New Zealand, who were in fine form, 46 points to nil, and they lost to the United States too, 33-0. There's their lineup. A few changes: Medin, Delpan, Urbina, Garcia, Ichibaria, Casado and Real are starting. And for Japan, Tomita's the captain there, handy little player. Takano, Kuwai, Yamanaka, Yamaguchi, Yoku and Koide. Japan, of course, yesterday, well, they lost to England 5 points to 38. They lost to France 7 to 36 in their last one against Brazil. Went down there too. So, coming out onto the pitch, these 2 teams. Japan, of course, new to this women's series in 2015-2016 season. Spain with a huge amount of experience in their team in terms of 15-a-side rugby. At times, you've got to say, Spain have played some very good sevens rugby out there. Yesterday, they kept the ball alive for about 2 minutes of the half.
Saída de bola da seleção do Japão.
Just waiting for the go-ahead here, and Japan kicking off to Spain, right to left. Flat kick there and goes over, so the Spanish will get the chance to restart from halfway. That is a very talented Patricia Garcia. Shapes up to go right, goes left instead. Good ball to Delpan. Yeah, Japan, they got over the ball there. Managed to snatch it away. Attacking through the middle. Through Tomita. Now on the left-hand side. Cut back from Takano. On the short side now. Good ball away from Kuwai. Keeping it alive. Lovely step from Takano. Just hits the ground though and goes forward off Yoku. Sean Maloney with me. Got to say, Japan, they do love to keep the ball alive, and you know, we've seen their growth through this series already.
Yeah, their ball skills were absolutely terrific yesterday. It was just became a matter of being able to march it up the park though. Very entertaining scene to watch the Japanese, no doubt about that.
This time scrum good. Ball nicely in there for Casado. Garcia's at first 5. Hit up. Back in the middle of the field was Real. But once again, Japan dominant at the breakdown. Yeah, you'd think it would be the other way around with all the experience in rugby the Spanish girls have got.
Well, again, it was a feature of their play yesterday, Japan. On the opposition ball, they caused all sorts of dramas at the breakdown. It was when they were in possession where they struggled at times.
Avoid that. Yamanaka. Liking the left-hand side here. All big drive in with the shoulders from Delpan. Struggling to get it back there. And, yep, that's a penalty. Japan's favour, so still have possession. Plenty of pills so far in the first couple of minutes of this game. Run up there from Yuku. She's been active. Maden's got to get out of there. She does. And they've got numbers here on the left-hand side. Can they get it in? Just over in the corner. And yeah, the foot has crossed the sideline. So a good attack comes to naught.
Big tackle, wasn't it, to shut down that threat of the Japanese. Numbered up so well. Spain, they gave them the outside, and then the tackle over the top from Almeida wins the try.
A few repairs on the sideline there. Bit of a break for the blood. Snozzle always gets hurt in a game of rugby, doesn't it?
The what?
Snozzle. Nose.
What's a snozzle? Oh, nose. Sure. Sure, a hooter.
Casado gets a good ball into Meden. Didn't see too much of Meden yesterday. And they've won the penalty. So very stop-start at this point. Just a matter of testing each other out, seeing where the weaknesses are. Garcia doesn't quite hit it on the money. It was a lovely catch by Koide. So Japan, they have an opportunity on the right-hand side through Yamaguchi, but the defence covers well. Back to the left. Bit of a stop and start there from Kuwai. Leaves it behind. Goes on the outside. Does Tomita.
How about that take of the attempted kick to touch from Spain thanks to Koide? I know cricket's not big in Japan, but baseball is, and that one was straight out of the outfield. That was awesome.
Yeah, kept her head, kept it in. It was only centimetres in there. Takano to Yamanaka. Great interchange of passes, nice footwork too. Pass from Yuko. Everyone's getting involved in here. Kuwai. Another little error. You don't think so, Sean?
Oh, I didn't see it that way. Love to see the Japanese rewarded for their interchange of passes. It's pretty to watch when these women make them stick, and they make them stick more often than not. Some of the murmurs around the ground, around the Arena Barrera yesterday, was people were just amazed at the skill level of the Japanese. Nothing to be amazed about. It's bread and butter for these ladies.
Absolutely. Casado gets it away to Real. Real loves to attack on the outside. That goes behind Del Pen. And she shoves it out the back to Garcia. Nice from Urbina there. And an opportunity out on the left-hand side. Ichibaria. Nice. Swerves. They've got numbers over the ball. Here's an opportunity the other side of the field. Doesn't take it. Instead, Del Pen just shakes the body up. She's away. And that is a really good try from end to end for Spain.
Del Pen, they're the beneficiary of some terrific lead-up work, footwork from her teammates in the lead-up to that, thanks to Echeverria and co. Was terrific to help break up that Japanese defence, and Del Pen does the rest.
First time we've seen Spain move the ball, or had the opportunity to, as Garcia converts as well. So 7-0, just seconds to go really until they get water and oranges at half time. Don't do oranges anymore.
Orange, maybe some orange energy drink.
Can you believe people used to eat oranges at half time?
Could go an orange right now.
So the halftime hooter has gone. But referee will say, let's play this kickoff out. Concentration from Garcia. It's a nice kick in. Not claimed by any of the Japanese until now. Short from Yuku. Up through the middle now, through the captain Tomita. She got great ball away, and how about that? Here's Koide. Koide, footwork in too, looking around for support. She has it. Garcia's trying to counter-ruck, but Japan's still on the go. Wrap around. Just one out here on the left-hand side, that's Tomita. So she does the right thing and heads back to where the numbers are, but just turned once too often there on the ground. Correct the letter of the law, although stopped some brilliant attacks. So what's Spain going to do? Whistle prominent in this match. decides she needs a bit of a break. And at half-time, 7-0. We've seen some good movement in this bowl semi-final between Spain and Japan.
Fijaros, va bien la cosa, pero fijaros dónde nos han recuperado los balones. Cada vez que vamos solas en el contacto, el apoyo va tardísimo. Espera que caiga y aparece, que no. Que cada vez que ya nos han dominado y no podemos jugar en continuidad, acercar esa distancia, reducir esa distancia y buscar un apoyo. Lo que tenéis que tener es la sensación visual de buscarla y tener un contacto para que no haya posibilidad de que los japoneses se entren. ¿De acuerdo? Con eso, con el único rack que hemos avanzado, con el único rack. Y luego hay, como habéis visto en el vídeo, hay posibilidades de sacar los ángulos, pero tenemos que tener el primer rack con confianza, Todo depende de la posibilidad de acortar esa distancia del apoyo. El apoyo tiene que salir echando, ¿de acuerdo? Y a partir de ahí tenemos la ¿de acuerdo? Más comunicación de defensa, más comunicación de defensa.
Cuando rompe la línea, todas corriendo como perras atrás. No son grandes sprinters, así que el sweeper estoy esperando a que vengáis por atrás, ¿vale? ¿Ok? Va a aplacar los apoyos, ¿vale? 3, 2, 1, ¡ganas! Chicas, el apoyo de conservación.
You got a bit of passion and feeling at halftime from the Spanish girls. That first half features for you, aside from the referee being rather active?
I love the way that both these teams are moving the ball, Mel. I love that there's just nothing conventional about this Japanese team. They just tear up the playbook and just do what feels good, and it is entertaining to watch.
Play similar in a way to Fijiana, actually, with that offload game, to be honest. The little squat from Garcia. Just a little short, but played by the Japanese. Through the middle, beats one. Back on the inside. Hit came in there from Berta Garcia, but to no effect because Japan still have it. Nice work. Here's Kuwait. Hands it off to Yamaguchi. Yamaguchi has a bit of a trot across the field. Now she passes it to Koide. Lovely passing from this team. And Tomita, the captain, has an opportunity, decides to give it out to the wing. And Kuwai's out there. Not quite there, just a couple of meters away, Japan. Oh no. It's a penalty. A little cynical, you might ask. Tapped by Kuwai. Kuwai just decides to freight train it up. She gets it. Not bad for a petite little player.
It's a terrific finish to some sparkling ball movement from Japan. They've taken it up the park in excellent fashion, and in the end it is get out of the way. Kuwai's coming through.
Anil Kuwai, 26 years old. She's actually a former discus thrower. Wanted to go to the Olympics, so she switched to rugby. It's a great little story.
In Japan, they are qualified for Rio too. They've got their ticket punched for the first weekend of August. 7-5 Spain up over Japan.
I don't want to go to the Olympics just to hang out at the lunch hall. Not for the food. Amazing athletes you'd get to meet.
Yeah, that's why it's the Olympics.
Oh, big hit, shaped up there, and gain possession for Japan. So feisty, coming up on the right-hand side here. There's a 10-metre. Oh, how about that pass to Yamaguchi. Beautiful work.
Now it's working. It's working big time for Japan. It was the rush defence that created the uncertainty for Spain, and then they took it close, the pop ball, spot on, the little tap on, and Yamaguchi, yahoo!
Beautiful pass there by Vate Vakalolo too. Back into it, down to the 22. Bertha Garcia protects it with her body, and yes, that is illegal. So Japanese fired up big time, and the passing absolutely on the money. Siyama, he's squared there. Into contact. Halfback with Samita. Oh, a lovely ball, but this time doesn't quite go to hand, and just spilled forward there for Kuwait.
Their completed passes, rather, are going to be through the roof. They'll make for great reading for Japanese coach Kiko Asami.
Yeah, they'd probably be right up there in the stats.
And they're mixing their angles, their running angles up beautifully as well, which is helping them to make meters, where yesterday it was a little bit lateral, the passing was good, but it was a touch side to side. Now they're changing, they're mixing up their angles, and they're making inroads.
And interesting how they attack quite close, because they're, you know, not one of the biggest teams in this competition, but really effective for them.
They've been one of the best supporter teams here in Brazil, the Japanese.
Nice to see them here. Come on, get up and dance. Oh, yeah, the lone man trying the Mexican wave.
That might be tough.
So, 10 plays 7. Oh, and what a scrum too. Digging in is Tamita. Oh, it's come back on the Spanish side this time. And they will win it back, Spain, but gee, the Japanese putting pressure on the Spanish scrum as well.
It's a nice clean strike from the Japanese at scrum time to force the tight head. You don't see a whole lot of tight heads in the world of sevens. They are rare.
So this time Garcia gets it out and Martinez runs onto it. Israel. Attack stops, Medellin. Garcia needs someone to run off. She gets Skiavon coming off. Stands in the tackle there. Medellin, the big pass out. Just a little bit of a shocker. Intent was right, execution not.
Initial bounce up into the hands of Garcia was okay, just caught her on the way down. It caught that left hand on the way down, and knock on, correct call as Medin comes from the field.
Hueso will be coming on for her, the young 18-year-old.
I'm not going to bite, I'm not going to bite.
Fantastic to see Spain with 2 debutants in this tournament. Two young 18-year-olds.
Don't upset Barbara. Because the world's so much more fun and interesting when you don't cricket.
So back to scrum time.
We should just put a fence to it again.
And had to be cleaned up at the back by Yamanaka. And look at that! She just out-muscled Garcia. Mo Yamanaka in her debut.
Mio Yamanaka takes it to the line and blasts on through. That's going to be enough for Japan to wrap this one up. They have exploded in this second half.
Got about 7 seconds to take that kick. Nailed straight through the middle. Gee, what a comeback from yesterday's losses and performances. Japan 17-7. They've got to be happy playing such an experienced team like Spain and being able to post 3 fantastic tries. High kick there from Kanematsu. Garcia gets involved again. Here's Riel. Needs to get it out wide, does indeed. Skiavon has support from Garcia. Martinez blows over. This is better from Spain. Riel, big pass. Nice little shimmy from Patricia Garcia. Picked up by Bueso. Skiavon to Echevarria. So now the Spanish playing the Japanese style. And Japan on top again. We're at full time in this bowl semi-final. They don't still want to play, do they? No, they've kicked it out. So what a really well done game for Japan. They've taken it 17 points to 7.
And the first of our bowl semi-final sees the Dubai Cup finalist Russia taking on Ireland, who are looking for an improvement on their finish in the desert in December. Well, Russia missing a host of first-team players here in Sao Paolo, so Ireland will be quietly confident of an upset here, particularly if they can develop some of the good form from yesterday's play. It's a strong Ireland 7 as well that takes to the pitch. Miller, Galvin and Mulhall starting together for the first time in Sao Paulo. O'Flynn, Williams and Baxter to do the hard work up front, and Stacey Flood the link between backs and forwards. I mean, Russia in their pedigree in this series in Sude should win this game, but as I mentioned, they are missing a lot of quality there, and Ireland got better as the day went on yesterday.
Yeah, Russia struggled just because they're missing their key playmakers. Kudanova, the one who makes everything tick. So they've got some of their first choice players, people like Kazakova out there, but she just can't get her hands on the ball in space. As you say, Ireland building all the time, an inexperienced team, gathering experience with every game. So this is the moment for them. If they want a chance to turn over one of the top teams, there's probably going to be no better chance than this.
Well, the players yesterday, I can tell you, were a lot happier with how they performed versus day one in Dubai, where they actually had a victory against the United States in their first match, but just didn't feel like they hit the heights that they were capable of. Yesterday, despite losing all 3 games, they just felt the performance was better, and if they can be a little bit more clinical when they do get attacking opportunities, they could put it up to Russia here. But Russia remain a superb force in Sevens rugby, and Zedrakova on the outside, not going to be caught. Zedrakova with her first touch of this semi-final, jots down for Russia, and Ireland, well, after all that positivity in terms of talk, they find themselves 5 points to 0 down.
We talked yesterday about Russia needing to get the ball in the hands of Zedrakova. She has some pace there. It's a little step on the outside of Alison Miller, all that experience. But you can't counter the pace of Zedrakova. Once she got past Miller, once she got past Stacey Flood covering in defence, there's no way the Irish were going to catch her. That said, there were 5 of them chasing back to the try line. So, you know, they're giving it everything they can, this Ireland team.
Well, conversion wasn't good, so that means Russia stay at 5 points, and Ireland hope to just gather this restart now and work a few phases of possession, try and put themselves down inside the Russian half. Watched all the way by Stacey Flood, and the pass to Mulhall. Here's Galvin, first touch for her, and Ireland worked this one wide to Miller. Now we know how dangerous Ali Miller is, but she's watched by the try scorer, and Zedrakova puts her down. Mulhall once more. Flood trying to go through 2, loses it, and Ireland got to be careful here because Lushina picked that off the deck, and a chance on the outside for Bistrova, who scored a try yesterday and is dangerous. Lushina once more. Ireland having to defend. Missed tackle by Mulhall. Eventually puts Shemchuk on her back. And Flood trying to scrap for possession. Russians still have it. Pushing this one right. Little dummy switch. Miller's got to make this one. A handoff once, and then still going. Kazakova back in towards Ledevskaya. Brought to the ground though. Good tackle that time from Megan Williams. Lushina has it. Russia mismatch on the left here. Should be a simple case of hands. It is a case of hands, and they're going to go in. Well, I mentioned Bistrova jotted down yesterday. She has another one here today, and Ireland playing catch up inside the first 3 minutes.
Much better from Russia, so much better than yesterday. Yesterday they just couldn't quite get the ball into the open spaces. It just wasn't happening for them, playing too flat. In my view, today they're giving themselves a little bit more space, so Ireland pushing up aren't able to stop them getting the ball out wide. What they did there was Kazakova moved it all the way over one side of the pitch, then rather than getting tied up in the tackle, moved it straight back. The Irish defence stretched one way, then the other, just couldn't catch them.
Lushina with the conversion attempt, so still no joy from the boot. Russia pushed 10 points clear, and Ireland, they just haven't got to the pace of this game yet. They've had very little ball, but when you turn over possession to the Russians like that, it's always going to be dangerous. Audrey O'Flynn underneath that one. Here's Galvin again. It's just the unforced errors, and Ireland will be furious at themselves here. Louise Galvin, so unlike her, from County Kerry, and the Gaelic footballer. Well, hands aren't usually a problem for her.
No, it's one of those things, you just lose concentration for a millisecond. You think you've already caught the ball and you're starting to look for the pass. You've got to make sure that ball's in the hands first, and it's gifted Russia a really good attacking opportunity.
And they're going to have a go here, and why not? Kazakova, she's got two in front of her, a lot of work to do. Good cover tackle by Galvin to put her down just outside the Irish 5-metre line, and again, not staying on the feet against Russia. Kukina, the guilty player, and Ireland get a chance. I'm sure that the tactics yesterday was for Mulhall to kick the ball up the line, set the line out, and try and attack through there.
Yeah, it's certainly the decision here, isn't it? Just get some ground. Ireland have been stuck in their defensive third of the pitch. It would be good for them to get out of there, but really good work at the breakdown from Ireland to compete for the ball.
So 2 tries for Russia already, and Ireland looking to set the line out here, which was pretty flawless yesterday. I think only once when they went up the line did they lose their own throw. So they'll be confident here. The ball out to the backs and maybe trying to hit Ali Miller on that wing. Short line, it wasn't straight.
Throwing 5. Oh, sorry. You're throwing a 5, sir.
Referee just signalling the wrong way. First time, but no doubt about that one, Sue.
Yeah, definitely didn't go 5. Referee just got the right and left arms mixed up.
Ledevskaya, pass was not good from the Russian number 11. Wrap around there from Kazakova. Hand off, Ali Miller in to make the hit, but leaves that space on the wing, which means Russia soldier through the gap. Zedrakova with her second try. And Ireland committed 2 players to make 1 tackle, left the space on the left, and Zedrakova says thanks very much.
Yeah, left the space for probably the fastest player on the pitch, Zedrakova. Exactly who Ireland didn't want to be there. As you say, the problem is they just commit too many to the breakdown. Alison Miller had to go into the breakdown. It left nobody covering the blind. Easy one in the end for Zedrakova. Yesterday they struggled to get the ball to her. Today they can't help but get the ball out there.
Well, obviously, whatever Pavel Baranovsky said to his team after yesterday's play, he was not a happy man. Even walking through the hotel last night, you could see his body language. He was annoyed by what his team had produced, but it's certainly a huge improvement.
Yeah, we always talk about his team talks and chuckle at the gesticulation, how animated he gets, but yesterday was different. Yesterday he was really annoyed with his team, and they have stepped up to the mark today.
Floating pass from Mulhall. Looks to find Ashley Baxter, and she hangs on. Tries to get Ali Miller free on that outside. A strong arm, but an equally strong tackle goes in from Zedrakova. Not only can she score tries, but she can defend as well for Russia. Galvin picks it off the ground. Back for Mulhall. Ireland trying to move this one wide here. There's 2 players outside. The pass not good. And it's damage control as Russia pile in through Lushina. Ireland have done just enough with 15 seconds to play in the first half. Flat pass to Galvin. Tries to go through. swallowed up by Bystrova, and there again for Stacey Flood. Baxter. Flood once more. There is the half-time hooter. Galvin to Elise Miller. Comes back inside again. She's well marshalled, Ali Miller. You can see the Russians have done their homework on the Portlaoise winger because she hasn't got an ounce of space.
Yeah, very good, clever defence from Russia. They know Alison Miller, the most experienced player, the fastest player on the pitch. Keep her tied up, and it takes one of the Irish team's best outlets away.
Well, it's been an emphatic first half from Russia. Completely dominant, and 3 tries, none of them converted. 2 for Zedrakova, means they lead Ireland by 15 points to 0 at the break.
Segunda etapa do circuito mundial, aí na Bahia de Sao Paolo.
Chase in, recycle. In our freeze the whole time, and the last person keep your width. You've got opportunities just to go downfield or just shifting 2 passes, recycle.
So the cool, calm exterior of Anthony Eddy versus Baranovsky, whose team are 3 tries to the good, but obviously he wants to see them kick on here. I mean, for Ireland, it's difficult to see a way past this Russian team at the moment, but from Anthony Eddy was saying there, I mean, trying to keep their width, it seems to be his main point.
Yeah, width and structure and composure. When you've hardly had a touch of the ball, it can be hard to remember your game plan. You try to do things you otherwise wouldn't try to do. And it's really important that they fall back on their structures, what they're used to doing, fall back on so they know where they're each going to be on the pitch.
Russia opts to go long deep inside the Ireland 22. Lucy Mulhall is there to gather, and the captain trying to spark something here for Ireland. A little bit of room on that left-hand side. Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe, who's in off the bench, gets her first touch and brings play to the 10-metre line. Ireland with possession, the pass just about held on to, and back to Mulhall. Galvin trying to use her strength to bring it up towards the 10-metre line, but again Russia rip it and off they go. An incredible steal from Kazakova, just took that ball away from Galvin, and Ledovskaya opts to hold the pass. Lushina out on the outside here. Bystrova, it'll step over inside. Bystrova, does she need help? No, she doesn't so far. O'Flynn has to make the tackle and does. Bystrova, did she release that ball? She didn't. Referee saw it, and Ireland get a penalty. Well, a try-saving tackle from Audrey O'Flynn.
It really was. Bystrova looked like she was in. Audrey O'Flynn appeared from nowhere, made the hit, and it gives Ireland a chance to clear their lines.
Did not find touch though, so straight back into Russian arms, and Kukina drifts across the pitch. Mulhall lines her up and makes that hit. But here's Ledovskaya, pass back inside. Lushina, another big thumper from Audrey O'Flynn. Ireland defensively now much stronger in the tackle. Look at that pressure on Russia, not allowing them time. Ledovskaya eventually gets it away, only as far as Kukina. And here's the dangerous strike runner Zedrakova. Back inside, Russia keeping that ball alive. Ireland a little bit caught here, can't hold on to it, it went forward. Better defence from Ireland.
Yeah, much better defence from Ireland, but they need to get their hands on this ball pretty soon. A few of the Russian players looking very tired.
That is the Sevens game. I mean, yesterday here, if you didn't see, the Sao Paolo sunshine was scorching down onto the pitch, 28 degrees, 30 degrees with the humidity to factor in as well. Today it's a completely different afternoon, but Ireland at the moment, just as you say, struggling to put points on the board here and get out of their own half.
Yeah, much easier day for both of these two teams to be playing sevens in, isn't it? I'm sure neither of them were enjoying 30 degrees of heat yesterday.
We're just not made for it, I can tell you. Certainly I haven't. Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe trying to use her pace to go around Cedric Hover, but she's grabbed by the jersey and thrown to the ground. First touch for Emer Considine, who's just onto the pitch as a substitute for Ireland from County Clare.
Release now, Blue.
Scrap for possession. Again, Fefilova's on for Russia in the scrum cap. There is Flood. Bit of space here on the left-hand side. Can they make it count, though? O'Flynn. Audrey O'Flynn still looking for her first try in an Ireland Sevens jersey. Good recycle. Flood once more. Considine lets it go. Not the greatest of passes, it has to be said to her. And Mulhall trying to step off her right. Gets the pass away. Russia. Considine picks it up off the ground. Any room for Ireland on the left? There should be. Considine over the 22. Emer Considine for Ireland. Tackle goes in. Needs support. And it's slow to arrive.
Holding on.
Doesn't release on the ground. The support had to be there, Sude.
Yeah, that's the problem. Ireland in the first half, they were chasing back. 5 people chasing the try scorer from Russia. That time, you've just got to get players on the shoulder. You can't just assume the try is going to be scored. Every time someone makes a break, they should have the whole team tearing down, trying to get with them for support against this Russian team. Especially, we know they're so good on the ground.
Well, we saw very little of Emer Considine yesterday, and after that break you'd wonder why, because she burst through the defence, just didn't have the pace to get there. But as you say, Sevens game is all about the work rate to support your teammate, and it just wasn't there. No fault of hers.
No, the break was a good one. It was the support that was the problem.
Russia now with possession. They weathered that Irish attack. Can they mount something of their own here? Already 3 tries to the good, and Ireland running out of time. Again, battle at the breakdown. Pick off the ground there was from Kazakova. Runs into 2 Irish players. Considine puts her down. Pick off the back from Matveeva. Another substitute of fresh legs for Russia. Did that one go forward? It did, off an Irish jersey.
Time starting to run out for Ireland, isn't it? They can't get their hands on good quality possession at the moment.
Ekaterina Bankarova comes in for Russia. And I suppose, look, you're looking ahead to the qualifier for Rio. Russia have not qualified incredibly, but you get the feeling that, you know, Ireland are going to have to improve hugely, because with the amount of players that Russia have to come back in, it'll just strengthen their team. And at the moment, they are the side to beat in that Olympic qualifier.
Undoubtedly the side to beat in that qualifier. Absolutely right. Ireland a way to go yet to match them, but there's still time.
Russia trying to break out from their own 22, keeping that ball alive, Tackle was a good one. And again, a thump on the back. Not sure if that's strictly in the rule book, referee, but Ireland can see the penalty. Russia still trying to mount an attack. This is Fefilova. Considine put her down. Again, Russia straight into the tackle. This is Bankarova. Ireland try and steal. Good work at the breakdown. Mulhall. Considine just lost it as it came to her. The pressure from Russia. Flying in there was Matveeva. Inside the last 2 minutes, Ireland need to try in the next 15 seconds to have any chance at all, but it looks already an impossible task. And Russia, well, have they done enough to reach the bowl final? You feel that they have. It's a 3-score game.
Rock.
Tired bodies on both teams. Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe pops one out. And good support there, just on the shoulder of Megan Williams. Russia trying to compete, but the referee says to leave it. Considine again, it's just tired bodies out there. Even the swing of the arms for the pass looks laboured at the moment.
Yeah, and the Russian defence is so well organised. The Irish are having to do a lot of work to try and break through it. Russia just marshalling Ireland back and forth across the pitch, keeping their structures.
It's okay. Turn back forward. You can play.
Ireland, can they get a try for their efforts here in the bowl semi-final? If they lose this, it'll be a last place playoff against Spain after what Japan did to them in the last match. But here's Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe just staying in field. Back for Mulhall, no options really but to run, because Russia had come up for a blitz defence there and cut off the supply line, preventing Ireland from going wide. Inside the last 40 seconds. Again, just the unforced errors, and it's all very sloppy at the moment. Keohane sets it up, Considine. Crow. Hard tackle goes in. Ireland look exhausted at the moment, you have to say. Body language out there. Long looping pass. Any chance that Katie Fitzhenry might have enough pace to go around? Tries the handoff. It's not enough though.
Release the ball and then stand up.
It's a tired effort too, isn't it, from Ireland at the moment?
Yeah, it's got a little bit scrappy from Ireland now. You can tell they're tired, you can tell they're frustrated, you can tell they're disappointed.
Well, the body language tells its own story. Russia with 3 tries in the first half, no score at all for either team in the second. They've done enough to advance to the bowl final against Japan. For Ireland, it's an 11th, 12th place playoff against Spain in their final game. 15 points to 0, the final score. So here's a look at what is to come in the second half of the day. We have the Cup semi-finals, Australia, USA and New Zealand against Canada. 2 fascinating battles there. Followed by the plate semi-finals, Fiji against England, and then we have Brazil against France. And then finally we have the bowl final, Japan against Russia, who just beat Ireland. And obviously Spain against Ireland. We will be back with the action here from Sao Paolo in an hour's time.
Hello and welcome back to the Arena Bareri in Brazil, Sao Paulo, where we are about to enter the business end of this leg of the HSBC Women's 7 Series. And this is what we've got coming up. There are the plate semis, Fiji taking on England and Brazil up against France. And then on the main side of the draw now, we've got some outstanding games on the way. Australia v the USA, and on the other side, it is New Zealand up against an in-form Canadian team. Right now, though, we are going to watch Fiji and England do battle. And England will consider themselves somewhat unlucky to be here as the match-delivering drone gets about the place in the background. Head-to-head, England lead overall against the Fijians, and in their last encounter it was actually a draw. So this is how both sides will take to the field in this one. And Melody Robinson, who are we looking for from both teams?
Well, in the Fijian team, their brand new player there in the number 11 jersey, Miriama Nai-Umbasale, she's been very good indeed. For England, totally rotated the team. Their best players, Richardson, Fisher, what more, all on the bench.
Well, the Hotel Bourbon, where we're all staying, is the match delivery sponsor. And I can tell you this, what they do as a hotel is far better than their drone work. Man down, man down.
I'm just glad nobody was out there, Sean.
No.
Goodness.
No, there's never been a drama with the drones ever. Okay, now we get on to the England v Fijian game, and this is how England find themselves on this side of the draw. They were very good on day one before going down in the Cup quarter-final earlier today against the United States. That came down to one piece of poor play, their exit from the Cup draw. And Fiji, well, they take to the field after going down 10 points to 0 against Australia in their quarter-final. The Fijiana team wearing the black armbands as a mark of respect to those back home in Fiji, who are doing it tough at the moment in amongst Cyclone Winston, which has ravaged the island. Unfortunately, a loss of 10 lives overnight, several still missing. So the Fijian women looking to try and lift the spirits of their country, men and women back home. Alhambra Nieves in charge of this one. She's all smiles. We hope you are too, wherever you are watching on from around the world. We had huge uptake through France and the USA yesterday. The UK had their computers set to the sevens out of Sao Paolo as well, and we are off and running in this semi-final of the plate. And right off the bat, it's Brown charging into the defence for England, and they concede a penalty early on. Nangasau, Tinai dumbing, and Tinai goes and pops it down for the opening try after just 30 seconds of action.
Well, we know that Fiji have got plenty of threats across the field. We know how magical they can be at times. That there was just quite simply Tinai outrunning Hunt, who's no slouch herself. But she had a player on the outside, so maybe Hunt hesitated slightly because of that. But yeah, really good start for the Fijiana team.
Looking to add the extras, has hit that sweetly. Fiji hit first. They're up by 7 against England. Squeezing the pass out the side was Nangasau. Prolific offloader, and then the issue compounds there, not releasing on the ground as England look to go quickly, and they'll bring it away through Hunt. Great lead-up play here to release Brown, who is going to get around the defence, and England hits straight back via Abby Brown.
Yep, simple stuff again from England, just the hands, putting the ball through. Time timing the passes, putting them in front of the runners. Brown, debut tournament here. Nice little 5-pointer for her, but of course it was about that Fijian defence, wasn't it? They all came outside in on that umbrella, and it meant that England had all kinds of numbers on that right-hand side.
Conversion attempt is an absolute corker. It slides in off the boot of Katie McLean, and we are all locked up.
Yeah, there's an element perhaps with all the changes with this English team for the coach there, Simon Middleton, is to give them some game time, a bit more experience and competition.
It's going to go over the top of everyone and find touch. Get the impression that the try scorer there for England, Abby Brown, will be around this English setup for some time to come.
Yeah, she's super tall, helps in the line out, that kind of thing. Jumping up there probably put Fiji off.
Excellent pop ball from Fiji off the deck and goes into the hands of Nayo Mbasali, and she can't hang on to it. England will have the opportunity here to counter with Packer taking it 40 from the try line. Across to Allen. Here is Brown. That's a good low tackle coming from Nangasao. Nangasao go looking for the quick tap off the mark, so they'll reload and do it once more.
Yeah, I think when Brown went in there, she went to ground quite early. And when she did, she went on her side. It was very easy for the Fijian defenders just to stay on their feet, keep their balance and attack for that ball at that ruck.
Nangasao, the go-to for Fiji. And tap back, play on is the call. And Gato is wrestled into the turf, and it pops out the side for the English. Herring away with it goes Brennan. Fiji are up to the threat and they get numbers to the breakdown. Now tap and go via Rongitha. Here comes Riwai, Nangasao with Nayan Bansali. Playmaker, Thinger, she went to Tamoy. Tamoy switching now to Nangato. Riwai. Nangasao stopped in her tracks, but she's strong enough to stand in the tackle, and they're able to get the passes away here. Looming on the outside is Nayan Bansali, and instead opting to do it all herself, or try to, was Tinai. She had numbers to burn, but opted to go herself. Still Fiji are on attack. However, we're going to have a yellow card for the English.
Oh, yeah, that's Hunt going off. When Tinai had that ball then, she had a player outside her. I wanted to say, run, Forrest, run, because she was so slow. But look, they're going to get the points anyway. Are they? Yes.
Tamoy does it with a bit of style. Why put it down with two hands when you can do it with one? Just extends the long right arm to grab her fourth try in her sevens career. Let's have another look at it, Mel.
Maybe the most laid-back try that we've seen. Maybe not from Katie McLean's point of view, because she was trying really hard to stop her, but, you know, just that casual handover.
She managed to transfer the ball in and around the back of McLean as well. Standard and the
Fijian
day in the
style.
life of a Fijian's life, isn't it?
Totally.
Kicks on its way. The kicking is perfect from both sides, and it is 14-7 to Fiji over England.
Nangasao, really experienced player. She's been around for a number of years at the Coral Coast Sevens. I've seen her play.
Great hard running from the English to try and clear their territory. Going back and picking it up is Brennan. Brown puts on footwork, holds the pass up well. Allen, she can't find a way through, and Fiji pounce at the breakdown. Nangato, the opposite number, did the damage for Fiji on that occasion, and this time round, kicking ahead is Tinai, and that'll do us for the first half of action in this plate. Semi-final between Fiji and England, and it is the women in the black jerseys up 14 points to 7.
Yeah, it's nice to see Fijiana get a good start to a game. I know their minds have been elsewhere with friends and family back in their hometown.
Chris Cratnell, the Fijian coach, and speaking to him earlier, was saying that some of the girls have been unable to get in contact with their families back home, but that is a state of play there in terms of the communication being down in Fiji after the cyclone hit, so hopefully there are no dramas for those women on your screens at home.
Really feel for them, don't you?
Stay away from the contact area as much as possible. Yeah, let's try it. Because they're turning in, 2 passes, we're going to be on the edge of them, then it's just a case of working really hard to get to the support. Somebody goes to the line, we've got to get there, we've got to just smarten our speed to be up a little bit quicker. But the bottom line is if we get away from the contact area, that's what we're trying to do.
I agree with the beat, but we're not helping ourselves. You're first, don't fucking carry.
Understandably, the English are quite worked up there, so I apologise for the colourful language coming out.
Yeah, it's always interesting because Simon Middleton, the coach for England, often talks about not going into contact. And it's like these English girls go back to script of what they know, because they will play quite a bit of 15s-a-side rugby.
If you want to get involved in the chat around the game, hashtag it with Sao Paolo 7s. To hear where you're watching on from around the world, and if you want to get your own taste of what's happening here across day 1 and early here on day 2, don't forget you can follow at World Rugby 7s on Twitter. Instagram, just go straight for the World Rugby account, and Facebook also. Give them a like and you'll be treated to some outstanding women's 7s, and one that you really want to get your eyes on is Heather Fisher, the English tearaways handoff yesterday, one of the best we've seen in quite some time.
Amazing.
England are going out on the fly here. They are back to the full complement. 7-on-7 once more, and it'll be Fiji with the perfect chance to perhaps add to their 7-point lead.
Don't forget we do the tournament team too. We select that after the final. So if you want to give us your point of view on who you think's been great, get on Twitter. Go for it.
Fiji dummying and trying to get through his Vondo. Vondo finds Tinai. They go wide now to Nangasau. Sharp feet from Ravisa, the lightweight flyer. Unfortunately, her pass misses the mark, and England are out of jail for the moment. Oh, the pick-up and the touchdown. Yes, thank you, says Tima Ravisa.
Ravisa, that was just wicked, wasn't it? She thought she was going to be going up to make a big tackle probably, but that ball in her hands, wow. Here it is. England had turned it over, but the pass was just too difficult for Hunt to try and get to, and that young lady there was ready to pounce.
They've kind of woken from their slumber, the Fijians. They've found their mojo. They're in the groove, and they are up against England, their more fancied rivals. No question. 21 points to 7.
Advantage, knock on. Advantage over.
to come off a Fijian, hand it into touch, and that's the way our assistant ref saw it as well.
Yeah.
Still plenty of time left in this one though for England to work themselves back into the game.
Nangato was the one who just put her paws on the ball before it went over there.
Brennan was popping there that we were playing the lead advantage for a high tackle.
England need to spread their players a bit wider. I mean, they're using only 3/4 of the field at this point, and you're just not going to really pull that Fijian defence over if you're not utilising the entire width. They've got the skills, width in their pass to do so. It's just discipline of making sure you keep the space. It's a free-for-all in the old breakdown, isn't it?
Fiji exerting all sorts of pressure and trying to put this one to bed by Nangasau. Gets the pass away to Riwai, and it is all Fiji in the plate semi-final.
Yeah, it's great to see them putting their foot down, putting the gas out there. That initial break right through the middle. Lovely from Nangasau. She knew that she had a couple of black jerseys behind her, and this time it was Riwai who was there on the right. Yeah, they're really starting to play this time, and what I like about Fijiana in this game is that we're not seeing too many of the 50-50 balls without looking behind them. They're actually connecting with their eyesight and passing to the person.
It's on its way, this to stay perfect from conversion spots. Unfortunately for Fiji, it's away, and the margin stays at 19 points.
Fiji brought on Juana Salto as well, the 17-year-old, debuted in Dubai.
Here goes Fisher, has been pushing it to the max all weekend. Perhaps a selection for the dream team here in Sao Paolo. Fisher. Richardson, another who's performed strongly for England, ran herself into the ground in the game previous to this, the Cup quarter-final.
Gee, that's a wrestling match right there.
Great refereeing from Nevis, though, who let her play on. Watmore kicking in behind, looking for the chase from Wilson Hardy. There's good line coming up the field for England. Wilson Hardy, the play from Fiji, so slick. That was Tisolo who was back. No breakdown there, so it's play on. Watmore dives on it. Not starting in this one, Joanne Watmore. Fisher pounces. Penalty coming for England. They must score. With this run of play, and later says Natasha Brennan, how about a face full of palm?
Man, that was good. I think a fend is a lady's weapon of choice, if you ask me. Have a look. Bam! Away. Another one. Ravisa was the Fijian player who went down. Good chase from Nagato, but what a try for Natasha Brennan. Good collect.
Kicks away. Score remains 26 points to 12. It's Fiji up against England. Watmore on the hunt, makes the tackle on Nangato. Fisher pounces on it. So the result not in doubt here, but England would love to score another 5-pointer. Richardson over the top was the rangy frame of Nangato, and Fiji can now finish, if they'd like, with some flair to get the locals dancing a little more to the samba music here in Brazil, if they want, or they can just tap it in a touch and say, we're on our way to the plate final, because we are winners against England. 26 points to 12.
Hi, I'm Beatriz from Brazil National Team Sevens. I'm a prop and this is my 7 in 60. Oh, my nickname is Baby. My family is big and I'm the youngest one, so I'm the baby. Even if I'm almost 30 now, I'm still baby. I started because of my sister. I thought it was a very dynamic game and I just love it. I say, like, I want to do that. It was a try scored in Canada, in Dubai Sevens last year, which was very nice. Maybe Sonny B. Williams. Phelps, Etienne Medeiros, and Duda from handball. Phelps, he's huge. With Carnival, samba.
So they're the thoughts of Beatriz Mulbauer for Brazil. You're going to get to see her in action in a couple of minutes' time against the French. Fiji, as you see, seeing off England by 26 points to 12. So the second of the plate semi-finals, Brazil, the host nation, taking on France. Brazil, I'm sure, still reeling from that lesson that they got at the hands of New Zealand. You'd think a reaction has to come now against France. France leading 8-1 in the series, just the one victory for Brazil in the last 9. And when you consider that France put 29 points past Brazil in the pool stages, a lot of improvement necessary if the home crowd are going to have something to cheer about. A few changes for both teams. You can see that Ishibashi's come in for Brazil, and Mulbauer, who you've just seen, has to make do with a place on the bench. Also, Julia Sarda into the Brazilian starting 7, and Jessie Tremoulier for France, along with Jennifer Chauncey and Lina Guérin, come in to the starting 7. So a beautiful afternoon in Sao Paolo, minus the blistering heat that we had yesterday. I'm not complaining about that. Mel Robinson, how about you?
Look, I think the girls will be very happy there's a lot of cloud cover here, because yesterday, at times you could see the fatigue just from the heat in some of the matches. You know, it's very easy sitting in the commentary box when it's nice and sunny, not easy doing it out there. Absolutely,
and as we get towards the evening here in Sao Paulo, it is getting even cooler, and Brazil get a decent reception from their home fans, as you would expect. And that New Zealand game must have taken a lot out of them psychologically, if nothing else.
Well, I think that it was a mental thing for them, because they were up against New Zealand. In the back of their head, they know that they've won, you know, this World Series for the last couple of years in a row, and they're world champions. But against France, Brazil know this team very well. They've had them in a training camp here ahead of this one in Sao Paolo, so more familiar with their tactics. But what are Brazil going to do? Are they going to play it quite deep, or are they going to attack their vantage line like they did against Japan, where they played really well? That's a question I want to see answered.
Interesting comments from Chris Neal, the Brazilian coach, in an article in The Telegraph, if you want to read it, about when he came into the Brazilian setup and the mindset of the players. He said, do you guys want to go and, you know, beam with a chance to beat New Zealand? And they laughed and said, we'll never beat New Zealand. He wants to change that mindset, and I suppose ahead of the Olympic Games, they've got to start believing they can beat these top tier nations, and this would be a massive opportunity to show the home supporters and indeed the rest of the series what they're capable of if they can do one here on France.
Yes, but Hugh, it's mistakes like that at kick-off that they need to erase from their game. That's concentration once again.
Jade Lepesque is going to feed the first scrum of this one. Nice and tidy. First touch for Jennifer Troncy, out to Fanny Horta. The French captain looks for the little switch, and Lena Guerin a little bit slow to read it, but she makes it to the 10-metre line. And there for France to use again. Lepesque with the pop pass. Horta once more. Mayan fires a long one out, and here is the speedster Shannon Izar drifting across. Good tackle went in on her. That was an important marker, but look at the handoff that comes in from Tremoulière, and she's going to have her first try. Well, what a moment for the France number 10 against Brazil. She gets the pat on the back.
Yeah, she should. She deserves a pat on the back for sure for that one. But you know, the combination, Mayan with that beautiful wide pass, Izar attacked up to the defensive line, brought her defensive player up and on her, and then gave a good ball out to Izar, who outsped the defence on the end. And it was Juliana Esteves who missed that tackle for Brazil because she'd given her too much space.
Yeah, and I'm sure Chris Neal not happy with the tackle there. I mean, you have to give credit to the try scorer with the beautiful handoff, and it is her first ever on the 7 series, but equally the defence from Brazil gone missing. Back underway. Oh, looked like it went backwards off a French arm there, so Brazil got a chance to launch their first attack of this game. Pressure immediately coming up on Luisa Campos, and it's French ball. Mayan with a pass. Lepesque hits the ground, gets it away, and Guerin to go in at scrum half. Horta to the try score. Tremoulière trying to find Shannon Izard outside, gets a shove, but she had the ball, so perfectly allowed to do that. Brazil come away with it, and it's Berent who rescues the situation. Where's that pass going? Almost an interception from the French number 12, Lena Guerin. Chance to counter here, trying to free the hands. Good tackle from Fanny Horta prevented Brazil getting that pass away. Lining quite deep out here, dummy switch in the middle, and the strong arm over the 10-metre line. Guerin, another ferocious tackle from her. She's been everywhere in defence, and that one went forward. Whistle's gone, slapping the side of the head.
So what Brazil are doing is that they are attacking the advantage line. It is that same game plan that we saw against Japan. Perhaps what needed to happen there was Sada to come in on a short hit to make it easier for that pass transition there.
Home supporters vocal, trying to cheer on their team. A try down already. Plenty of time left though, 3.5 minutes to play in the first half. That scrum reels around, and referee says illegal on the Brazilian side. Lepesque waits no time. Were they back the required distance? Referee says yes, they were, and France not releasing on the ground. Penalty goes the other way.
Lepesque is one of those kind of players that always buzzes around breakdowns, and also when there's a quick tap, she'll always take it immediately. She just needed her team to react with her. Needed some support over the top of the ball.
Spiral kick for the corner. You don't see those spirals too much anymore. Certainly not since Ronan O'Gara retired. I think he was the last out of half to spiral.
Well, that's why I was a forward, so I didn't ever have to kick because I couldn't.
I'm sure you could now. Line out to Brazil. Ishibashi to throw. A couple of tall figures to aim for there. Campos at the front to do the lifting. And that was absolutely horrendous. Just calamity.
Oh, look, it was just a little too complicated. When you are under a bit of pressure and you haven't performed well in your last game, you know, it all plays on your mind. And so when it comes to a set piece like that, just keep it basic. Straight up at the top. Don't worry about anything else. And it was the hook throw in there that was just so low.
Set.
Free kick. Lepesque again, wastes no time. Mayan is missed and out towards Horta. Lovely spin. Oh, I thought it was a nice pass, but it doesn't matter. It's come in to the right arms, and well, Guerin hit hard in the tackle, and the home supporters on the far side of the stadium appreciated that one because that was a dangerous ball in space. Izar drifting across, wants to switch, does she, or a straight line at least. Tremoulière Sets it up for Lepesque again. Izar drifted across the pitch. She scored a hat-trick against Brazil, don't forget, in the pool stages, so I'm sure she would have fancied having a go here. Mayan with a little switch. Pass to Tremoulier. One outsider, she needs it. Surely the pass has to go. Was that straight or forward? It was just forward. Referee right on the spot. Good call.
Yeah, she was in good positioning, wasn't she, the referee? On the money. Tremoulier, a little unlucky, I guess. Yeah, she was trying the old Sunny Bill, but it was never on that. France looked good there, though, didn't they? You know, they were keeping their space really wide across the field, and then they attacked up the middle, varied the play up.
Just couldn't get that pass, the final pass, but 40 seconds to go at the end of the first half, and chance for Brazil to get something before the break, maybe level things up here. They're all the way inside their own 22, though. It's going to have to be something special. Ishibashi across the field, switch, and the pass as well is a good one as far as Berent. Campos off the ground. Ishibashi took her eye off it. Lepesque. France wastes no time. Lovely missed pass on the outside. Chance here surely for Sarah. Guérin and the pass. Troncy's over. Jennifer Troncy is going to score for France. Well, you felt that was coming. Brazil, masters of their own misfortune there, you have to say, because that was the mistake, Mel.
Yeah, she'll be gutted, won't she, the captain for Brazil. And France leapt on the opportunity. A lovely ball there from Lepesque. I thought that Guérin might have stuffed this up a little because she had Troncy, who'd already wrapped around on her left, but she managed to get it to her anyway, so well worked.
Conversion attempt is a decent strike. The flags stay down though, which means just a 5 tacked on to the 7 that France had already scored, and the half-time whistle goes. 2 tries for France. Jennifer Troncy and Tremoulier means the half-time score: Brazil 0, France 12.
Okay, girls, come in. Hey, look, a couple of things we're still not using the width of the field. Even our positions we're standing in. Get the ponto out. When we pass, it's a pocket extended, so that deep link, maybe one step, but you need to give it time to get the ball away. We're running too close to that ruck area. Okay, and we're turning it back into the defence. If the bomber's not on, twice, volta back. But someone has to communicate it to that girl. So communication is a big key here. In defence, we need to wrap up. They're trying to free that ball in the pot. So you need to fight over the top of that ball. Get in there between the defenders. Secondly, you're pushing it too. On the back there, Juki, you just gave that last pass too much. You should have come up when that first try. Okay, so hold your shape. Paula, give me 1 minute. Hold your shape in defence, wrap that ball up, push up, take your time away for their pass.
Clear instructions there from the coach.
Yeah, and all basic too, because you can see the difference between the two sides at the moment. As he mentioned, it's about the space and holding your width. So France are getting the ball really wide, whereas Brazil are grouping in too tight together.
12 points to 0. France leads. Good news for New Zealand, Mel, ahead of their next game.
Absolutely. Portia Woodman back available. She's had bruised thighs. Maybe they've been massaged out.
And it wasn't me that did it, in case anyone at home was listening. Decent take from Biscarat onto the field for France, back to Mayan, who's, I think, pretty much every minute of France's tournament over the last 2 days. Gives away the penalty there, though, and Campos want to get on with this one quickly. Little dummy, and then the pass. Any gaps in that French defence? Ramayo is on the pitch. France have stolen it though, and it's a decent take from Horta. Izar tries to throw it on the outside. Now Garan cutting back in and keeps it alive. Lovely pass. Well, it's going to open up for Jennifer Troncy. She already has one. She got the pace to make it 2. Oh, what a cover tackle. What a cover tackle that was. Ishibashi from nowhere saves a certain try, or has she the pass? They're going to get over Troncy. Well, what about that? Ishibashi made the tackle. France kept their composure and they jot down Troncy's 3rd try of the weekend.
What a chase that was. She was well behind little Ishibashi, just back from injury. You know, her fitness was always a concern. Look, wow, gutsy. But Troncy, you have to give her a lot of credit too. Got back up on her feet, back involved, and nabbed 5 points. I think that Ishibashi is still down on the ground there. Let's hope it's not too bad.
She gave everything into that chase, and the hit was a monster as well. It had to be to stop Troncy in full flow. And then I'm sure the frustration from Ishibashi to get up, turn around and see that actually the person that you just tackled was back on her feet scoring a try. No good with the conversion, 17 points to 0. Ishibashi back on her feet slowly. I don't know if she's okay to continue. In fact, she's not.
Well, they've got Santini on the pitch anyway. And we all know that she's dangerous. Good replacement.
Yeah, they're kind of similar type players, aren't they, in build and stature as well. Campos underneath this one, quick pass. Well, it was a good one as far as Ramayo. We're going to spread this one wide. This is Scatterud. Any gaps here? The crowd would love to see Brazil get inside the French half and put some points on the board here. Give them something to cheer about. Here is the substitute, Santini. Real workhorse, trying to go through the middle, almost beat the entire French defence. Any room out here wide? Sardawa tries the handoff once, twice, 3 times. That's the charm. And there's Santini to pick it up like a little terrier. Break around the fringe. Penalty against, high tackle against the French.
Yeah, this is better. Trying to keep it out of contact, but when they do, their ruck's been very good, Brazil.
Oh, lovely pass, just to put them into space, maybe not a couple of paces they could have taken out of that. Here is Scatterud, came across, Mayan to try and get a boot to it. Just disrupts the momentum. Kokan for Brazil, trying to wriggle free. Oh, lovely feet on, inside the 22, one defender to beat. Scatterud is over! Brazil get a try, the fans are up and about time. Scatterud.
Everything they did in that movement was just wonderful. It was what their coach wanted. Okay, it ended up with a try on that short side over there, but initially the passing to get to that point, Scatterud showed some real power to squeeze out of the grip of the French defender. That's why you have tight jerseys on.
I can't wear the tight jerseys anymore. I don't look half as good as these athletes, and what a conversion as well from the corner. 17 points to 7, a 10-point game, 3 minutes, and an exciting 3 minutes in prospect now, because if Brazil were to get another one quickly, game on.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past them either, especially with the crowd behind you.
And I just see Bianca Silva getting ready to come on, getting instructions from Chris Neal, so maybe try and put her into space and see what she can do. Thomas is in for France. Short kick out. Does it go to 10? It just about went 10 metres. Referee happy to let play get on. Santini across the pitch, needs help. Brazil finding their form in the second half here. That one was an illegal steal, and they get a penalty here. Now the crowd are on their feet. Another chance to go before the substitutions are made. Brazil switch the play back in, and the try score, Scatterud. What a time to take your eye off the ball.
Oh, she did, didn't she? She looked up and saw a blue jersey in front of her.
Time off.
Ball first, that's what they say.
Number?
Here comes Bianca Silva. 17 years of age. Plenty of pace. Crowd appreciate the substitution. Will she get a chance to use it though? She's going to have to defend a French scrum. First border call.
Well, now that Silva's on, when Brazil do have the ball, you can bet $100 on the fact that they will move it out to her wing.
Bob, can I
time against the home team. France with possession. Brazil get a squeeze on. It's awkward, messy one. The ball is out, says the referee, so pressure on Biscarat. Can she get it back? Yeah, she's done just enough. Troncy, any gap in the middle! She's going to have to be caught. Where's the chase? There it is for Brazil. Here comes Cocan. What a tackle. What a tackle on Troncy to prevent the try. And then they turned it over. Give it out to the wing, surely.
Off the foot play.
Have they managed to keep possession, France?
No.
Putting pressure on the breakdown, and they've come up with the ball. Thomas, Troncy, hands will do it here, surely, for France. Little step inside, and Tremoulière silences the crowd and jots it down underneath the post.
Oh, what a pity for Brazil, because if they had actually moved that ball just near the 10-metre over there, it could have been a runaway try, but instead France, with all their experience, got in there, turned it over, and the defence was coming from the outside in, and a lovely little swerve at the end there. The try scorer, Tremoulière.
There's the conversion, no problem, from underneath the post. So another 2 points, 24-7. France, another try would bring them up to the tally of the first game in the pool stages, where they put 29 past Brazil. I'm sure the Brazilians want to give it one last go here with 30 seconds left on the clock, and France looking good for that place in the final of the plate. Is this going to go out in the full? It is. Brazil will have possession on the halfway line.
One observation to make against this French team, obviously they're all fighting for positions because they have 2-7 squads over there. There's that Troncy, who's managed to get 2 tries. She's actually been run down from behind twice. So a coach looking at that might question her out-and-out speed, something you really need on a sevens field.
Absolutely, good point. I mean, one thing to create that. Got to be able to finish, though. They're working this blind side, but there's nobody there. A pass from Santini to nobody except the green grass. Still there. Santini to dig it out. If they get numbers here, Silva might have a chance to run up that wing and use her pace. Off she goes. No space. Cut down ruthlessly by the French and by Caroline Ladagnou. Santini trying to burrow her way through. Any gaps, advantage being played. Silva off the deck will go again. Tackle goes in. Not taken from the right mark. Last play for Brazil. Last chance for a try. The long looping one to Silva. Little pop. Needs to take the reserve. Like, really good tackle there from the French number 10, Jessie Tremoulière. Has had a very good game. 2 tries. Defensively sound. Still there for Brazil, and Silva looked for support. Nice hands to keep it alive. And who's there to make the hit? Once again, the number 10 in a French jersey. Scatroot kicks it away. Well, that's the end of that.
All of our Brazilian teammates are so tired they can hardly chase.
Well, Biscarat, all she has to do is find touch here. She's going to have one more go, though. Sure, why not? Play on. Munier runs into contact. Silva puts her down.
Move, Green.
Trying to use that near side. Troncy into touch. That should be that. Final whistle goes, and the Brazil supporters are on their feet just to applaud the effort, but they've been well beaten once again. Brazil 7, France 24, the final score.
A 7ª colocação contra a seleção da Inglaterra, às 5h26. Valeu, Brasil, valeu, França.
Okay, Cup semi-final time. Australia v USA, then New Zealand v Canada. And this is going to be a corker. Australia v the USA overall in the series. USA lead, but they are up against the #1 ranked team in the world at the moment. Today, what a game we've got in store.
We really have, haven't we? Both coaches look like they've picked something close to their strongest lineup. You never quite know whether Tim Walsh is going to go with Emma Tonagato or Aaliyah Green. Aaliyah Green gets the run out this time. The USA, you know, they've come good so well in this tournament. If they can find space for those strong, powerful runners, maybe they can threaten Australia here.
Okay, making their way onto the field. Both these sides are going to provide you with some moments of absolute class in the coming moments. Australia arrive here after downing Fiji in the opening game on day 2, 10-0, and it's been a clean sweep thus far in Brazil. Finalists here last year. And their opponents, the USA, who are a whole different type of a proposition in South America compared to their time in Dubai. They've gelled under coach Jules McCoy, and they are going to test this Australian team. Rasavengi
Can you hear me there?
will be running the show for us. There is Gillian Potter. She has been enormous for her side. Through 4 games here, she'll want 6. She'll want to finish the weekend with 6 matches to her name, and she'll want a spot in the big one. Let's find out now who is booking their ticket first and foremost. They look to be fought off the hands of Javelet, and that's the way that Rasta saw it too.
So close, though, wasn't it? It's worked so well for them, that kickoff so far this weekend. Gillian Potter rising high and trying to get hold of those kickoffs. That time it just didn't quite come off.
Kaslik will feed the scrum, tucked in behind his Quirk. And she peels right. Green on the far side, the 2 speedsters lined up against each other. Green on the cut ball. This woman covers 100 metres in 11.3, and she's going to take the first 5 points in the Cup semi.
We've said it before, when they do it well, they make it look so easy. Elliot Green saying to Tim Walsh, hang on a minute, why have you not started me sooner than this? Alicia Quirk drifting across the pitch. That takes the defence with Leah Green cuts back, and as soon as she's free, there is no chance for the defence.
She touches this ball down, and you look at her face, she wouldn't blow out a candle. She's just gassed it for 60 metres and is not blowing at all.
It's bread and butter for her, isn't it? Look at that. 13 tries already this series. We're only in the 2nd tournament.
With the injury to Portia Woodman on day 1 here, Australia 7, USA yet to score. With that injury, it's enabled Ellie clear at the top of that try scorers list. Kelly Brazier from New Zealand chasing her down. They're up next, New Zealand versus Canada, but right now it is Australia kicking out on the fly from the restart. That has been an Achilles for Australia here in South America.
Yeah, it's hard to fault any other aspect of their game at this tournament, but that's the one, and that's the one that stops you keeping hold of possession.
Thomas, Polite across, 6 on 6, and the green and gold win that battle. Bonnie goes to Kelter. Kelter now to Potter. Potter fit and firing. Nice offload too. Bonnie does great work at the breakdown to secure possession. Javelet across the park. Thomas. Cherry goes high on her and holds her feet nicely. They'll flood this, the Australians, and turn over, and not only turn over possession, they'll win a penalty as well.
Yes, Shannon Parry, that's one of her favourite jobs, that, isn't it? Giving the other team some stick at the breakdown. Javelet ended up with a body position far too high and couldn't fight for the ball.
Yep.
Green. Now with Kaslik. Kaslik holds it up at the line. Quirk on at pace. Polite to Turner. Turner turning it on for the Aussies. Gets around the outside of the defence, and it is all Australia through 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, what Australia have used in this tournament to great effect is the speed on the other side of the pitch. So I'm talking about you've got Leah Green this side, but using Amy Turner and Polito on the other side of the pitch, there's so much threat of pace. And Amy Turner, such a good finisher, really balanced running there.
She's a no-nonsense type of rugby player, Amy Turner. Kicks on its way, and again, Australia just running up their points in denominations of 5. Kicking an issue, well, 12-0. Cherry, deep this time round, manages to keep that in play. The USA 22. Nice work there from Maravalala on the wraparound, and here she is. Miss Inspiration, Gillian Potter, going to Kelter. Long raking pass to Javelet, and she lays it off for Thomas. The defence answering the questions being posed by the USA so far. Potter, nice ball out in front for Bonnie. Bonnie can't get around Green, who gobbles her up, and now Potter's there, brought down by Quirk, and Australia force another penalty at the breakdown.
Yeah, Potter let go of the ball, but then picked it up before she'd actually stood up there. She was, you know what she was trying to do, but she got the timing a little bit wrong. At the moment, Shannon Parry doing such good work in the breakdown for Australia.
Green taps to Caslick. Caslick stuttering, and here's Parry on a hard line. She's done a ton of work in defence, and now is going to get brought down, but manages to do the rest from the deck. Parry, so powerful.
A great line from Shannon Parry. We're talking about her work at the breakdown, but she knows how to cut a line as well. From there, an easy finish. Her momentum takes it over the line. Worth a mention, though, for Charlotte Caslick. Her work off those penalty moves is what makes the space. She plays with her head up. She draws 3 or 4 defenders in and then chooses the right option. Sometimes it's the short pop, sometimes it's the wide pass. Almost always makes the right decision.
Another 5 points go on the Aussie score sheet, and they are clear by 17 against the USA. Well, it's been something that's really stood out for the Australians here in Sao Paulo is the pace and the angled running from depth, and that's what you want in any form of rugby. Their execution has been top class. Cherry, and if Australia find a way to progress to the Cup final, that is going to need to be addressed, and they will face either New Zealand or Canada in the big one if they can hold out this very dangerous USA team.
Yeah, at the moment USA getting a lot of free ball because of the kicks, aren't they? I mean, the the Australian defence, so strong, so good at the breakdown. It's not counting against them at the moment, but as you say, in the final, it could well do, or in a final.
Of course, so Australia can just flop onto this and the ball won't need to come out, get the feed, but Rasavengi says that'll do us after 7 minutes of play, 1 half down, and it is Australia leading the USA by 17.
Ready? 1. 2. 3. Hold on, coach. Okay, guys. 17 does it. We need 1 try. Let's go back to the original game plan. Okay, we're going to pull out on the edge. We're going to be through. Okay, and let's create some space for ourselves. Right now, we're standing.
running coach Tim Walsh in there giving directions to his ladies. You'd have to think, Sue, that he'd be fairly happy with that first half. They were near flawless.
Pretty hard to fault, wasn't it? Kicking aside, everything else was really precise. The pace on both sides of the pitch was good, but the accuracy of the passing to get the ball in the hands just as good.
Brazil, they've turned it on in Sao Paolo. Lovely part of the world. You can get to a churrascaria and you can eat lamb, as much lamb as you want. And they welcome with open arms. It's a real treasure, isn't it? A real lovely part of the world, and the food is sensational. They just grill anything. A bit of salt on there and away you go.
White.
Picanha, lamb. Oh, yes, please. Delicious, and this has been an equally appetizing game of sevens from Sao Paulo, Brazil. Stop 2 of the HSBC Women's 7 Series. That pass out in front. Kelder does so well to reel it in. Here she comes again, Kelter. Going over the top with a big palm and taking play inside Australia's half. However, the Aussies are up to it, and Quirk fires a pass to Parry. Green is very well marked here, so with 4 USA players shepherding her and then getting crunched by Gillian Potter was Green. That is a super hit from Potter. Kaslik though, Potter had done all the work on Green, and then out of nowhere came Charlotte Kaslik, and Australia get the first points in the second half.
Charlotte Kaslik again playing with her head up all the time. The ball came out to her, she looked left, she'd already looked left, realised that the defence, there was more defence that way, so brought it back, and then the seas opened for her because there were so many Australian players that US were marking. It turned out the gap was the one right in front of Kaslik, and she took it.
Well, they sent 4 troops in to try and corral Elliot Green. Kicks on its way from Emily Cherry, and that one's through. Kaslik smiling, and so the Aussies, they're up 24-0. And then the next thing you know, poor Gillian Potter has Charlotte Kaslik, a nominee for the IARB World Rugby Sevens Player of the Year last year.
Okay, time back on.
Previous to that, it was Emily Cherry, the reigning World Rugby Sevens Player of the Year. Turner rushes up. Javelet switching to the hard running for Avesi. Avesi clears. Javelet. Thomas. Easy pickings there for Turner. She does well to pick and go again.
First off gold, then white. First off gold, then white.
Yeah, Australia doing a very, very good job of shepherding the US whenever they do get the ball.
Okay, time off.
We had an interesting scene in our final game yesterday where we had to delay the closing match between the USA and Spain because of a little bit of lightning dancing around the Arena Barreri. Ruster in charge on that one, and he said, you know what, we're just going to hit the sheds for a touch and let this move over. When it rains and storms in Brazil, it hits with a bang. Thomas gets play the 22 for Avesi. That's gone back, says referee Ruster being even Nicole Beck just pinches it and says, I'm going to take that. Now Murphy spinning out of one. Etheridge onto the park, new fresh legs. Kaslik across the Turner. Amy Turner has 2. And Australia have punched their ticket. They're off to the big one.
We've seen some impressive attack from Australia in this tournament, but it's worth noting the defence. There is no way through at the moment for this USA team, and this USA team is packed full of strong, athletic, powerful ball carriers. Amy Turner there again finishing off, but because Australia have made themselves a space by turning over at the breakdown again.
Etheridge with the conversion attempt, no good. And the women in the green and gold are up by 29. USA launch something from deep inside their territory? They've been pinned for the moment.
Play it on. She released it, fine.
Smart play there from Tapper. Great meters post contact.
Release, please. There.
For Avesi. There's Hunter firing the ball across the park to Carlisle. Number of changes being made now by USA coach Jules McCoy. She leaves a Javelin on the field though, and she's gone without it. Then the head high shot came from Tapper. No malice in that one. Just hung the arm out and caught a little bit of Charlotte Caslick's noodle.
Here we go.
That's a strain for head, I should clarify. Sorry.
Often you see Australia kicking for line, is it? Well up in this game now, 28 points, 29 points rather.
I guess you have the luxury now to try and work on some set piece restarts and see what you can get cooking ahead of the final, which will be up against either New Zealand or Canada. Elliot Green at the front. Elliot Green hurdles and scores. She's starting to hit her straps in South America. Elliot Green is smiling wide.
Not where she scored most of her tries from, not normally from the front of the line out, we're not guarded by the opposition. Usually she's out in the wide open spaces on the other side, but hey, she doesn't mind. Nice free ball, no defence at home.
The box jump on Elliot Green, you should see how high that woman can box jump. She can actually box jump as high as Amy Turner, which is around about 165 centimetres. So that was just small fry, that one. Australia up 34-0.
There is a lot of power in them, their legs, that's for sure.
Looking forward to seeing the upcoming feature, which World Rugby will be putting together on Elliot Green. The guys will showcase some of that. And another reminder, if you haven't yet seen the yarn they've put together on Gillian Potter, the number 3 for the USA. Get your eyes around that via Facebook or YouTube. That will go 10 for Avesi. She goes to Tapper. Oh, Tapper is so strong in contact. Beautiful play.
Tackle only.
Speaking of beautiful play, Emma Tonagato heads up there. Now Green again. Will Green just back herself to get on the outside of Kelter? Kelter is a wonderful defender, and Green will just get crunched. Super shot from Kelter, and now the repeat hit coming from Carlisle.
Okay, leave it go.
Kelter is one player you want to be wary of when you've got the ball and she's looking to lay one on you. And again, Tapper. Promising player is Tapper. Javelin gets low. That'll be play on. Carlisle now.
Over.
Carlisle steadies and straightens. That's a great pass to the woman we were just speaking about, Kelter. That's a high shot from Turner. So
there we go.
USA can march it up. Full-time Hooters gone here at the Arena Bareri.
On the shoulder.
Yeah, shame for Olive Kelter that she slipped there. Looked like it was going to be a foot race with Charlotte Caslick. Not sure who would have won that.
To Tapper into Green, goes high, gets help from Tonagato, and I dare say that'll be the end as we maul and wrestle into the ground. It's an Australian feed. No, it's an Australian win. They are on their way to the top ticket in town. The cup final awaits Australia. Winners here against the USA in the semi, 34-0.
Desafio Grade Rugby Sevens, Grade Brasil, Grade Bradesco. Logo mais em instantes, Nova Zelândia e Canadá, pela segunda semifinal da Taça Ouro. Lembramos a todos que no próximo sábado, dia 27, os Rugby's estarão aqui na Arena Barueri para a quarta rodada.
The second cup semi-final is between two very familiar foes, Canada against New Zealand, two teams with bulk and muscle up front and some extraordinary talent out back. Head-to-heads, Canada have never beaten the Kiwi girls in 8 meetings on this World Series, although they did have a draw back in 2012. No surprises or changes to either starting 7 for both teams, but it's hello soldier to the highest try scorer in history, Portia Woodman, who's recovered from a corked thigh to make her first appearance in this tournament since injuring it in game 1. She's going to come off the bench. Suday's with me. One advantage I'd argue the Canadians have got over the Kiwis is size in their pack, but will that mean they'll look to a power game?
You're right, Kelly, Russell, Karen Paquin especially, and that's not even mentioning Jen Kish. They have got a lot of size there. I still think they'll want to try and move the New Zealanders back and forth across the pitch. You're not going to get through New Zealand just by taking them on up front.
Yeah, we have seen that pattern from Canada through this tournament, haven't we? Using the 5 metre on each side. Similar deal with New Zealand.
Yeah, they move it side to side and then end up making gaps for Ghislaine Landry, for Karen Paquin. You know, they've got some really good finishes on that team. You just need to make them a little bit of space first.
Ball in the air, last moment. Just to calm things down, there are the results for New Zealand. They have been outstanding. See, just 3 tries scored against them. Big scores. Scored a lot more tries than any other side here in Sao Paolo. But of course, it's sudden death at semi-final time. This is where it counts. There it is there, 26 tries for the Kiwis, and they haven't yet started the semi-final. Gabby Lee from Hong Kong in charge. Ghislaine Landry in the middle, puts it high, and we're underway in the semi. McAllister underneath, safe as, and yep, taken out when she went up for the ball. Still on the ground there, McAllister. Looks all right.
Interesting. Arguably both players going for the ball, but I suppose the referee says Kayla McAllister's right underneath it and taken out as she was trying to claim it.
Here's Brazier. Good ball to Manuel, hitting up. This is Hudiana Manuel gliding down the middle of the field. Goss, the ever-present Goss, gets there. Manuel at half. Brazier. McAllister. She'll give it a go on the outside. Trying to get round Landry, can't do so. Tui's there to help out. Big pressure, big defence from Canada, but it's just too high. McAllister still on the ground.
Yeah, she was struggling, wasn't she, after the initial contact on the first kickoff, and seems to be struggling again now. There were a couple of high tackles missed yesterday. The referee's definitely watching out for that one today.
Sometimes you can run injuries off, but she looks like she is in a bit of pain, perhaps an ankle injury. And New Zealand bringing on Broughton instead, so Fata Simpkins will slip out to the wing. That's a big loss.
It's a big loss, but it's not a bad replacement, is it, Gail Broughton?
Yep, different kind of player. Oh, nice kick through. And Brazier. Fata Simpkins has got the chase on, but she overruns it. Still alive there for New Zealand, and Fata Simpkins gets it after all.
Kelly Brazier will be happy with that one. We've seen her try it out a couple of times already. The bounce didn't quite go in their favour, but Katerina Fata Simpkins was there. There it goes, the kick over, and it's a chase between Paquin and Fata Simpkins. Paquin injures herself when she goes for the ball there. Fata Simpkins then, no defence at all against her, finishes it off. Kelly Brazier, I think, will be particularly pleased with that one.
We said it last time, we haven't seen it in women's sevens done well at all, have we? But Brazier, well, she can do anything.
And what that does, of course, is mean that the defence is worried about you kicking, so the defence starts to hang off a little bit, or they hang one or two people back a little bit, and that, of course, creates much more space, you know, in the front line.
Playing chess out there, it's not just like sevens rugby, it's a bit of tactics as well.
Yeah, Karen Paquin's had to go off, unfortunately, after that. So one down each for each side now already.
5-0, just over 4 minutes to go. That one just goes over the top of both Fata Simpkins and Ben. So Canada get the set piece. There she is, Brazier. I mean, one of the reasons McAllister's had so many tries in this tournament is because of the work Brazier does in the middle.
The combination of Brazier, Nathan Wong, Manuel at times, it creates so much space for the players outside.
Maleshki. Here's Landry now. Nice ball out to Kish. Runs over the top of Nathan Wong there. Yeah, giving away a few New Zealand. To work across the field here. Varela taking on the outside. Broughton. Another high tackle. Gee, must have been a millimetre high.
Going Broughton's not that tall, is she?
Here's Kish again. Kish trying to take Ruby Tui on the outside. Tui just manages to trip her at the end. And offside New Zealand. Simpkins goes up to try and stop that attack, and I've got a player out here. Oh, Varela! She looked up. She would have been away, but they still have it. Must have gone backwards. Jean Kish again on this right wing. Doesn't quite have the speed of Paquin. She looks up, dummies, trying to go through the middle. This time Nathan Wong takes her down, but she gets up again. Yep, there's so close here. Canada, they're putting it on Landry. Landry's having to go outside Goss, and she gets around her. So they've replied the best way they can. Oh yeah.
Yeah, Ghislaine Landry isn't going to miss from there. No disrespect to Sarah Goss, but when there's that much space to cover, you've got 3/4 of a pitch to cover, a player like Ghislaine Landry is going to stand you up. If Varela gets the ball out, and then Ghislaine Landry has so much space to play with and scores the try. Canada perhaps slightly fortunate. The Varela drop earlier on looked like it might have crept forward, but they took their chance.
Certainly did indeed. Landry, 60 tries. 454 points. Creeping up on Woodman.
She's made such a difference for them coming back from injury, Landry, hasn't she? She's such a threat in the middle of the park, which they didn't really have in the Dubai tournament.
Canada putting their numbers on the right-hand side. Going backwards there, Broughton. Manuel. Brazier in and out. Can't get away. And they've stolen it, Canada. And here's an opportunity, Landry. Coming up on the line, Landry. Nathan Wong. Oh, just about forward there, Farella. Pulls it back in. New Zealand under all kinds of pressure. And Landry just trying to go on the outside again, but the defence is holding. And here's Maleshki. Went on the left-hand side. And this is a turn-up for sure.
You talked about the power game before the game started, didn't you? You called it right. Canada giving New Zealand everything they've got at the breakdown, keeping it tight quite often. It's round the fringes here. New Zealand losing ball at the breakdown, which hasn't happened at all yet this tournament. That's what Canada have come to say. We're really going to take you on at the breakdown, stop you getting good ball.
On the odd occasion when one of your great players, like McAllister is, goes off, you know, the attention can go off the game slightly.
Yeah, it can be a bit of a psychological hit. You know when you've got Kayla McAllister on the pitch, there's always an out. There's always someone you can pass the ball to who'll make something special happen. And when that goes off psychologically, it can impact a team.
Conversion good, 14 plays 5. Canada leading New Zealand at half-time, and they're going to take deep breaths. Consolidate and listen on into John Tate.
Okay, let's take a breath. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Good. Okay. Hey, nice battle and work there, ladies. Big footwork and around the breakdown and get the support where we need it. Just when we want to go to that wide ball, right? When we have the overlap with the square, we still got to hold a little bit more depth because they're trying to solve it by shooting. So we take advantage of it and get clean through. We just have a little bit more depth. Okay. Everything else stays the same. Women's coming on, right? We don't know how fast it is, but the defense will be talking.
Team! Let's go, girls!
New Zealand's reaction going to be in the second half? They've been totally dominant this entire tournament, posting massive scores. They've lost their strike out wide for now. They still have Woodman, Sarah Goss, Ruby Tui, hard workers up front.
Yeah, they want to keep the ball away from the contact area as much as possible, I would think. They're really first time in this tournament being threatened there. They've got the players with the skill to be able to move the ball all over the pitch. That's what they need to do, but they have to get their hands on the ball first.
Oh, Jean Kish. How about that, eh? Up in the air, she's still going, Kish. Nathan Wong is chasing hard. Kish going for the corner, trying to swipe her off, and she does it all by herself. Jennifer Kish. Great start to the second half.
That is one phenomenal try. Jen Kish, first of all, claims the ball off kickoff against the best kickoff team in the tournament. A little bit of help from Kelly Russell, and then how many people does she hand off on the way to the line? Sarah Goss, then Tyler Nathan Wong. Just the strength and belief to do that. Brilliant try, and exactly what Canada needed at the start of this half to give them the belief that they can beat the world champions.
Add Huriana Manuel to the list of players that missed this powerhouse that is Kish.
segunda semifinal da Taça Ouro, o super desafio.
What I'm finding really interesting at kickoff is that we've seen over the years how successful New Zealand are with Tyler Nathan-Wong kicking and Sarah Goss chasing. They're not sending Sarah Goss the kick chase, I guess because they're trying different things out for in case Sarah Goss isn't around. Ruby Tui at that point went for them, but hey, in a game like this, I think I'd revert to my most tried and tested combination.
Especially when the score is 19-5 now. A tricky one from Canada, and it works out, everything going their way. Landry. Williams is on now for New Zealand. They're making changes. Big hit up there from Ben. Farella on the outside of Broughton. Not quite this time, ball went forward. Referee didn't see it. I've got black glasses on, I saw it. Great leg drive there from Leschke. Pick up from Farella. Hands off one, goes down this time. Goss has stolen it. And that time, the referee sees the knock on.
Yeah, great steal from Sarah Goss, but just the knock on at the end of it. So Canada keep the pressure, and the important thing for them, they keep the ball and they keep the play down this end of the pitch. The longer they stay here, the harder it is for New Zealand to score.
Yep, Woodman is on, but the problem is there are a number of tries back, aren't they, New Zealand? They have to score 3 or convert. Yeah, little error.
She saw that one.
Okay, improving. Yeah, they'd have to score 3 tries to take this, and in 4 minutes, ooh, McAllister's coming on too. Broughton's a sub. This will be an upset if Canada take out New Zealand. Yes, they've never beaten them before, but it was the form that the Kiwis took into this match.
Yeah, that's the surprise. Not so much, of course, Canada can beat New Zealand, but New Zealand have been playing so well in this tournament. It just shows if you can put pressure on a team.
So we're away again. McAllister just goes straight on the outside, gets it off to Brazier. Brazier running up the field. Woodman's there. Woodman could have passed to Brazier, but tried to attack herself. And look at that, Canada all over the girls in black at the tackle area. One here too.
Woodman just got too flat on Brazier. Then all she wanted to do was pass it to Woodman in space, but Woodman was so flat, just couldn't get the pass away. Just a little bit nervy, New Zealand. We're not expecting to be in this position.
Well, you mentioned the change in tactics with Tui chasing at the kick-off. You know, you've got to look at that after this and learn from it in terms of the New Zealand coaching staff. Why go from something that was working? So, good take by Kish. She tries to run through the middle of everybody again.
Not this time.
Not this time. Kaljuvi's on in the number 5. There's Russell. Manhandling everybody. Andrea now. Such great ruck ball here from Canada. And man, they are playing it so tight, so close. Pick and go. This time they go wide, and look at this. There was great anticipation there from McAllister. Came in on the pass to Farella. Snatched it, stole it. Excellent, Kayla McAllister.
A little bit of genius from Kayla McAllister. A really important kick here now for Tyler Nathan-Wong, but the anticipation from Kayla McAllister, she must have been pushing the offside line, but as long as you're a millimetre behind it, brilliant.
Tyler Nathan-Wong better hurry up. Doesn't have a whole lot of time here. And misses. Better to take a quick one. 19 plays 10. There it is. Gosh, you know, the speed that she has to have taken that is just unreal.
I guess it's a gamble, isn't it? You know, I'm gonna gamble on getting up in defence here. If I don't get it, hey, nothing's lost because we're not going to have time to score enough points. This, of course, is the venue where New Zealand were 2 scores down to Canada with less than a minute to play. Was it last season or the season before, and managed to score 2 tries, the last one being after the hooter had gone.
Not sure that will happen this time, but you just never know. As Landry takes the tackle, Ben to Farella. This ball going forward there. So it will be scrum time.
New Zealand will want to get this scrum going very, very quickly.
What's a bet that the Canadian forwards will take a while?
I can't imagine that happening. They're right there, though, aren't they? They're coming, unfortunately for them. Nothing they can do.
Right, 30 seconds to go. Brazier gets it to Woodman. She has got a little bit of space there to play with, but Farella's good. Gets up again, Port Woodman. Brazier, big pass out to Goss. There are numbers there, New Zealand. Williams, straighten up Tui. Doesn't give it, and a mistake. Try blowing for sure. And Canada, it's not quite full time.
It's not quite full time, but there's 2 scores in it with no seconds to play now. What a performance from Canada. This New Zealand team had crushed everything before them, just running in tries for fun, but Canada haven't let them settle, haven't let them have good ball at all, have they?
Absolutely not. Up front, they out-muscled them, Canada, and this time Landry will kick it out for full time. So that is a turn-up for the books. Their first ever victory for Canada. They're running onto the field. It's like they've won the final, but good on them. They're going to face Australia. What a victory, taking out New Zealand 19 points to 10.
Nova Zelândia fará a decisão de terceiro quarto contra a seleção dos Estados Unidos. Portanto, os finalistas da Taça Ouro definidos. Austrália e Canadá. Decisão de terceiro quarto, Nova Zelândia e Estados Unidos. Super desafio grande,
So the bowl final then looks like this. It's Japan against Russia. These will all be coming up after the break and after our next and final game of the second session. The plate final is Fijiana against La France. And then the big one, as you've just seen, Canada, their first win against New Zealand, will take on Australia. That should be an absolute belter. So the series table looks like this. Obviously Australia still top, and look at that for a points differential, 209 in their favour. New Zealand, well, despite being in 5th place, pretty impressive in terms of the try tally, but they must be wondering where that performance went to against Canada. And Ireland next up, well, they're battling to get off that 1 point mark on the bottom of the table against Spain. Well, in rugby, like most things in life, nobody likes finishing in last place in this HSBC Women's 7 Series. Somebody has to, and Ireland and Spain will battle it out over the next 14 minutes to avoid bottom spot in Sao Paolo. Ireland know only too well what that feels like, having finished bottom of the table in Dubai, while for Spain, this is somewhat unfamiliar territory for them. They're the starting teams. A couple of changes from the last match, particularly for Ireland. Alison Miller drops down to the bench, as does Audrey O'Flynn. Obviously fresh legs required for Anthony Eddy's side, and plenty of experience in the Spanish ranks. Berta and Patricia Garcia, Martinez, Real, and then the likes of Echeverria and Skia Von de Colon on the bench. So there they are, and Mel is beside me. I mean, nobody wants to finish in last place. Ireland certainly don't after tasting it in Dubai, but on the basis of their last performance, you just would not be confident that they have enough to topple Spain here.
Look, they're all good athletes in both of these teams, and Ireland in particular. You know, these are girls from different sports that are pretty new to the game of sevens, the majority of the team. They were really disappointed yesterday anyway with their performances. It's going to take time to learn how to put the right tactics out there, and I do question, you know, they're all a very similar type of athlete, and some of the best teams like Australia, New Zealand, Canada, they've got a mix of this type of athlete. So they've got big powerful girls, they've got very, very fast girls. Spain, for them, well, they don't have that out-and-out speed like some of the other sides, and that's what's let them down. You know, when you've got just a little bit of strike out wide, it just gives you a huge advantage.
It does, but if anything, the Spanish are smart in their sevens approach. They outthink the opposition sometimes, and Ireland are going to have to be wary of their main threats, i.e. number 4, Patricia Garcia. Everything really goes through her. She's such a live wire, and for Ireland, they have to up their performance levels from that against Russia. They didn't manage to score a try. The only time in this series in Sao Paolo that they didn't cross the whitewash, and there were some tired bodies towards the end of that game. Lucy Mulhall, Ireland captain, gets us underway. It comes back on the right side, and the first touch for Claire Keohane. Hasn't been a regular starter for Ireland, but is in this team and has a chance to make a name for herself. Ball at the bottom for Williams to try and feed. Here is Louise Galvin trying to switch to the angle of attack, and it's a nice run from Galvin. Show and go from her inside the 22. Good tackle, and it had to be to bring her down. Ball at the back. Keohane still fires it out to Mulhall. Good positive start from Ireland. The opposite from the game against Russia. Fitzhenry into contact. No way through there.
Release one. One release, clear release.
And Berta Garcia, the guilty player for Spain, not releasing the tackler on the ground. Fitzhenry wants a deep line and a chance for Ireland to go again.
They need to make those passes stick, Ireland, because if the ball had gone to hand, that means that, you know, they're still in position, running really hard onto the ball, that kind of thing. It sort of dies, makes the attack die when it drops on the ground.
Ireland a little bit slow to get going here. Mulhall tries to spot a gap in that midfield. Not releasing on the ground. It's an opportunity that goes begging, and look at Garcia trying to launch a counter-attack here to Patricia Garcia. 2 in the team, 1 and 4 for Spain, who I'm sure will be disappointed with their defeat to Japan in the last game. Patricia Garcia digs it out as far as Bueso. Nice pass from Del Pan. Look at that, trying to create some space on the outside for Eli Martinez, one of the quicker players in the Spanish squad.
You cannot play anymore. Hey, play from the mark.
What was good about that for Spain is that they really kept their distance away from each other. So when Martinez received it on the wing, you know, she could choose to go on the outside. Instead, she went on the inside. And because they kept their space, there was quite a bit of room, a bit of a hole for her to move into. So we see their intent for sure out there, Spain.
Patricia Garcia, little screen runner, and there's the pass deep in behind to Urbina. It's gone forward, and Ireland defending well just inside their own half.
Yeah, they were. They really pressed up hard, and they didn't give the Spanish any space there, and they actually forced that error.
So Claire Keohane is going to feed this one. Stacey Flood is on the bench, of course. Started the last match. Getting a bit of a break here. Mulhall, who's played every single game for Ireland, the captain. Lovely run from her. Now dragging in 2 defenders, shows a little dummy pass, and then doesn't go to hand, and that's what Mel was talking about. It's that crucial last pass for Ireland to put the player in and finish off what was a really good run from Mulhall. Spain have it though, and Garcia to come back at them. Urbina with the pass.
Number 7, go lower.
Fitzhenry with a high tackle for Ireland, and Patricia Garcia on to Bueso. Eli Martinez getting stuck in. Ball at the base. Garcia once more. Spain lying quite deep here. Ireland having to drift across and make the tackle. Here's Berta Garcia. Fitzhenry can hold her. They got to put her down. Eventually, the tackle goes in from Megan Williams, and Urbina at scrum half. Little show from Bueso, trying to go around the outside. Ireland forcing the play towards that touchline. Still with Spain though. Urbina. Garcia. Better from Spain. Del Pan. Berta Garcia, tackled by Galvin. Back to Patricia Garcia. And again, any way through that Irish defence. So far it's held pretty tight. Ellie Martinez, little show from Martinez. Crucial tackle goes in, had to be made from Mulhall. And Ireland hold that defensive line. Ball still alive. It's energy sapping stuff inside 3 minutes to play in the first half here in Sao Paolo. Fighting to stay off the bottom of the table. Ireland concede a penalty.
But now you're holding. You're playing from the ground. You're playing from the ground. You leave the ball.
Against Megan Williams.
Go 10 meters more. Go back.
And then doesn't release the ball in time, so she concedes another 10 metres. Spain wastes no time getting on with it. Garcia. Long looping pass to Del Pan. Again, ball on the outside. It's one-on-one. Tackle has to go in here. Galvin hangs on. Pass goes back inside. Del Pan for Spain. Well, it was all about patience there, Mel, wasn't it? Del Pan got the reward.
It was also about the amount of work that the Irish defence had to put in the phases before this one. Just see there that it was Galvin who was wrong-footed. Lovely support play from Del Pan. Their passing was on the money. But yeah, like by the time they got to this point, that Ireland defence was just so tired. Dead on their feet. Good reward for Spain.
Time back on.
So Garcia to try and add the extra 2. She's a decent kicker, I can tell you. Tough angle though. Looks pretty good from here. She snuck it inside the post. She has. Well, that's what she's capable of. 7 points to 0. Spain lead against Ireland in the first half. And Ireland, 90 seconds to go before the break. They want to hit back here. They will take the kickoff. And Garcia, when she manages to get back for Spain. But Ireland again, they had that chance inside the first minute and a half, didn't take it. And now they're playing catch up again. There for Fitzhenry. Big tackle goes in from Berta Garcia. Ireland now inside their own 22. Again, drop ball. Did it go backwards? Shannon Houston. I think it was okay. Referee's hands stay down, and Ireland get a chance to go.
Rock! Stay back.
Mulhall. Only one player outside her. Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe. And
High tackle number 5.
penalty against Amaya Erbina for a high tackle. Mulhall to go up the line, does have time for the line-outs, brings play just over the halfway line.
They like to attack from that set piece, don't they, Ireland? It's an option they often take, whereas most of the time we'll see the other teams actually just take the tap and try and manipulate the defence and taking it up to the line. Might be having a breather.
And you just wonder, I mean, in terms of variation, because it seems to be very formulaic. You know, as you say, we've noticed this pattern over the last couple of days. It was the same in Dubai. And maybe just a bit of variation needed to try and catch opposition defences unawares. Mulhall, that's a decent line from Galvin, just trying to shrug off the tackle. In fairness to Ellie Martinez, she held on. And Spain told to leave it.
Use it.
Murphy-Crowe
Rock!
takes the tackle.
Stay. Play advantage.
Mulhall goes
Advantage
right.
is over now.
Again, a mistake for Megan Williams,
Sorry,
but
the advantage is not over.
the advantage wasn't over for Ireland, just about.
She said it was over and then she changed her mind. But it was the right call in the end because they certainly didn't get an advantage, did they, Ireland?
Just again, in these situations, you'd like to see Ireland tap and go a little bit quicker here.
Absolutely.
Particularly in the halfway line when, you know, it's easy enough for Spain to defend. The pass there needs to go to hand. Crowe, now, any room for her on the outside? Wow, big hit goes in on Crowe, and she is going to feel that one. The halftime whistle might give her some time to recover, but look at that from Berta Garcia. Fell awkwardly just at the ankle there, caught on the ground as she went to ground, and hopefully she'll be okay to continue. She is, I'm delighted to say, back on her feet, but it is Spain who are in control. They lead this one by 7 points to 0.
Esperamos, vale, mirar lo que ha pasado, rápidamente. En cuanto hemos tenido la posibilidad de llegar en vez de la conservación del balón, hemos modificado la distancia del apoyo, hemos llegado rápido, tenemos balones, podemos jugar. nos falta que cuando tiramos balones no solo tenemos que modificar la velocidad de la llegada del apoyo en el punto de encuentro, sino cuando tenemos ataques y ganamos la línea de la ventaja, ahí también tienen que llegar los apoyos, porque ahí sí podemos jugar de pie, ¿de acuerdo? Ahí sí podemos jugar de pie y acelerar. Solo una cosa es la defensa. Estoy rectificando la situación.
Keep going.
¿De acuerdo? ¿Vale? ¿Estamos? Solo hacemos un cambio. Yera entra por Amaya, ¿de acuerdo? ¿Vale? Bien, delantera.
Aquí, aquí. A seguir, yo no me conformo con esto, ¿eh? Vamos a seguir. Más, quiero más, más y más. Vale. 3, 2, 1, ganas.
Well, Spain, 8th seed coming into this tournament, and they've put some good movement out there on the field. I've really enjoyed watching Berta Garcia, the 33-year-old. She's been an absolute standout for them. For Ireland, well, I just question, it's the amount of work they've had to do on defence, that by the time they get the ball on attack, it's hard to organise because, you know, you're so tired, the oxygen isn't quite reaching the brain like it would if you had had, you know, a bit more ball on attack and a bit more rest. But it's half time, they've had a moment to think about it. Hopefully they get out of the blocks very quickly here.
That's the thing about defending constantly. It is energy sapping stuff. You've got to run across to cover your opposite number. You've got to make the tackle, the physical effort and strength that's involved to do that. Get back on your feet and realign to make the next tackle. And if you have to do that over and over again, it just drains you. When you have the ball, it doesn't feel as bad because you're trying to create space, you're going to create opportunity. But for Ireland at the moment, they're just struggling to hang on to possession. And Spain, one try to the good. As it stands, they will avoid bottom spot. Ireland need to get themselves on the board here. Audrey O'Flynn is in, so substitution after the break, and again, that's an unforced error. Ireland got to deal with the restarts there, and that'll just be infuriating for the coaching staff.
Yeah, it was Fitzhenry and O'Flynn, no communication between the two of them. One just had to identify, I've got to attack it in the air, take it in.
Result is possession back to Spain, now with the scrum.
Crouch! Point! Set!
Ball at the back, Garcia well marshalled though. Keohane makes the tackle and a good one too. Trying to create space here. On the outside for Spain. Bueso has to be tackled. O'Flynn, fingernails on the jersey to stop her going in for a second. Berta Garcia bungled into touch. O'Flynn again, straight back up to make the next hit.
Yeah, good tackling from O'Flynn, and for Garcia, well, wrong decision to make because you really had no room to move on that edge. Defence was there. You had to move that ball out to the open.
So, we line out to Ireland and the ball does come in. It'll be Claire Keohane to try and hit a jumper here. Ireland's asking for a gap. And there it comes, ball off the top again to try and use. Keohane feeds, Mulhall drifts across the pitch again. Ireland bunched up in that midfield. And Spain, easy for them to defend it so far. Taken up this time by Ashley Baxter. Back to Keohane. Galvin, any room for her?
The rock now!
Ireland work the right hand side. Not as much room, but more numbers. Just outside their own 22. 5 minutes left to play. Still camped in their own half. Keohane tackled well. Garcia, it's gone forward, or illegal. And a penalty to Spain. Tap and go. Garcia. Any room back inside? There is, Bueso! Brilliant line. Made by the pass, and Bueso touches it down for Spain, their second try. Garcia deserves massive credit too.
Oh, Garcia, so dangerous when there's a penalty tap. Lovely work from Bueso. So here she is looking around. She's got numbers to her right, numbers to her left. She takes that short support player on her left-hand side. The difference between these two teams is that Spain are using their numbers. Everybody gets a go with the ball in hand. Ireland, on the other hand, in that phase of attack, just two individual. Work the ball across the field first.
All about using the space this game, and Spain at the moment are doing it better than Ireland, and they have 2 tries to show as proof of that. 14 points to 0 with the conversion, and it's a long way back for Ireland now with 4 minutes left to play.
Super desafio para Rugby Sevens, decisão da 11ª, 12ª colocação.
So Garcia back to the halfway line, will take the restart.
It's not easy when you've got long hair playing rugby, I tell you what, Hugh.
I wouldn't know anything about that, Melody. What did you used to do?
I used to wear headgear, actually.
Did you really?
It was a great look for me.
Fitzhenry. Better from Ireland from the restart. Mulhall trying to find a gap. Again, nobody really offering themselves as a support runner. If you're going to try and take 2 people out, you want a teammate to come in on a line, and there for Mulhall once more. Galvin, better pass. Space for Crow. Galvin to act as scrum half. O'Flynn. Again, doesn't want to get isolated here. Support comes just in time. Galvin to act as scrum half. Now, there is a 3-on-2 here. If Ireland can just work the numbers, put it through the hands, but no. Cover tackle comes in from Spain. Echevarria getting across, and Ireland have a penalty advantage here. Spain offside in the midfield. Now advantage over. Can they work this ball up towards the 10-metre line? Was that high? It was.
Mulhall's doing a really good job passing the ball. She's trying to get her team into, moving it across the field. But every other player, and Galvin was involved in this a couple of times, it's the first player off the ruck is just taking it up to the line, and they're not actually passing it to the next person. Maybe the coach has told them to attack on that blind side. It looks like it because that's the direction they're heading to, but it's back into the defence, isn't it? A bit of blood there on the face. Geez, that's a lot of blood actually.
Yeah. I see Alison Miller getting ready to come in for Ireland as well, so maybe Stacey Flood might have to give way. She's only on the pitch, so, and it wouldn't be a like-for-like substitute.
We have blood. Time's off. We have blood for Ireland.
It's a bleeding nose, which take a little bit of time to fix up.
Yeah, they call her substitution.
Yeah, referee saying you got to go.
They call her substitution. She said you have to go.
She doesn't want to listen, does she?
Well, Stacey Flood, yeah. It's Alison Miller who's come on, and Stacey Flood obviously deemed okay to continue. The rule is, if you got blood, you got to go. Garcia fires one out. Real trying to break through his Echevarria. Off the bench for Spain in the second half. Fresh legs for her, and there's a massive overlap here. Just watch how Spain use this space now. Breaks the tackle, Mulhall goes in. Another tackle miss for Ireland at the halfway line. Medin, sloppy ball. Ireland illegal though, and that's why it was sloppy for Spain. Got to be careful here. Quick tap and go. Just over a minute. I think Spain know the result, not in doubt now. A miracle for Ireland to score 2 tries in 60 seconds. Echevarria was back inside. Ali Miller and Audrey O'Flynn combined to make the tackle. There again for Garcia. Ellie Martinez swings one to the wide wing, and Spain looking for a line back inside. Medin was calling for it, didn't get the pass though. And Ireland get the penalty. Not releasing on the ground.
Yep, going into contact there was probably the wrong option for, I think, Alameda it was. Medin coming on her inside.
Well, Ireland want to get on with this one. They can't be afford to wasting precious seconds here. They've only got 30 to go. It's Henry with the tap. O'Flynn, little wrap around, and there's the missed pass now. Bit of space here for Miller. First real chance to stretch those legs since she's come on the halfway line. Ruck was called by the referee there for Stacey Flood. Mulhall, little gap there, almost got through it, but look at Garcia pouncing, just went forward off her hands.
Just one point though, you know, we have been constructively breaking this the patterns down, but this was a player for 11th and 12th 3 years ago. You know, this quality has definitely improved. 3 years ago, it would have been a hard watch to watch the player for 11th and 12th. Now we see that the growth in women's sevens, we're still seeing some beautiful skills out there, good passing, and we're seeing a couple of good tries.
And for Ireland, as you said, still very much in development for these players. A lot of them first series at this level, and they wouldn't have any experience before coming on to the HSBC series of, I suppose, the physicality of the game, the speed at which it's played, and the athleticism of these full-time athletes. And once they get up to that level, they'll find it a lot easier, but for now, this is a learning process, and even if they don't want to hear that, that's the reality of the situation. As Galvin tries desperately to finish with a try, and Mulhull just before the halfway line has gone loose. Garcia again, she's such a nuisance, and wins the penalty. That's why she's so effective. In Spain want to go again. They know the result is not in doubt now. The last play, Alameda switches tack, 2-on-1 on the outside. Real, little dummy show and go. Real to beat Miller. Real on the pass back inside. Echevarria to finish for Spain. A third try for them. Echevarria and Real combining brilliantly.
Yeah, wasn't it a great combination? Real loves to go on the outside, and it really was a gutsy effort from Miller, sticking with her. Real actually had, you know, the meters there. Here it is. Lovely defensive play, reaches out, grabs the jersey, but support play every time. Echevarria inside and over.
So conversion to come from Patricia Garcia. This will be the last kick of the match. Hasn't missed one yet, you know. You wouldn't bet against her getting this one either. No wind out there. Perfect conditions for rugby in Sao Paolo. No, that's not going to make it. Is it? No. There is the final whistle. So 3 tries for Spain. Ireland, unfortunately for them, will stay bottom of the series for the second tournament in a row. Spain 19, Ireland 0, the final score. So we're going to have a quick break here of about 20 minutes or so before we have first up the bowl final between Japan and Russia. After that, it is of course the plate, and Fijiana take on La France before the big one, the cup final. And what a cup final it promises to be. No New Zealand, Australia against Canada. Break for 20 minutes. We'll talk to you then.